Hello, very good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. In just over 48 hours time, we know who the new identity of the winner of this particular cup is going to be. But before that, we've got 2 marathon days to decide 5 of those 6 players that are going to be playing at Champions Night. Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon. A real tight group in the offing, and here's who's in action. Chaz Barto's put in some good performances so far this week. The winner of week 2 is hoping to make it to Champions Night for the very first time. Wayne Jones himself improved on Wednesday. The Wanderer on his debut at Champions Week is hoping to waltz through to another big televised final. As far as Cam Crabtree is concerned, he's hit the heights of 105, but has been lacking the consistency that we're so used to seeing from Jazam. John O'Shea was the runner-up in week 12. The former World Master is hoping to be the master of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Gary Stone was the runner-up in week 8. He's been doing some good stuff on the WDF circuit. He is hoping to win a big televised title here on the South Coast this weekend. And Ryan Harrington, well, he was runner-up in week 11 of this competition, and the animal is hoping to scream out from the rooftops with a big prize in his hands. Well, what an interesting afternoon's worth of action we've got ahead of us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to be watching all of the action in the company of Laura Turner. And Laura, this is such an interesting group because it feels like there's not really much that separates the 6 players.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we've obviously seen 3 of the field already, but we've got 3 new players coming in. But for me, obviously quite interestingly, they're not actually champions. They've come in as runners-up as well, so haven't actually had that winning success on the stage. So whether that plays any kind of dynamic, who knows? But they know how to make it through to finals night. It'll be an interesting lineup.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then. This is the first time you've joined us at Champions Week. We confirmed our first player through to the big night on Saturday, and that is Tom Sykes. He was the winner of Group A, a dramatic Group A yesterday, just pipping Scott Taylor to the post. He and Andy Bolton dropped down to Group B from that particular set of affairs. Dan Webster, Rob Moolenkamp and Reece Colley will enter the fray this evening. But our focus this afternoon is on Group C, where Chaz Barstow, Wayne Jones and Cam Crabtree dropped down from Group A, and they're going to be joined by Gary Stone, Ryan Harrington and John O'Shea. And the interesting dynamic about this group compared to other champs we've had in the past is the 3 players that dropped out of Group A are weekly winners, but the 3 players who drop into Group C automatically are runners-up. Does it add a different dynamic for the players that come in? Because maybe they'll see it as a little bit more of a free hit.
Perhaps, but I mean, they're very good players. 2 of the players in the finals ran out 4-3 results, so it was very tight right to the very end. So you know, I still think this is actually quite an evenly matched group. We've seen the likes of, say, Chaz Barstow and Cam Crabtree, they started to improve towards the tail end. Wayne Jones hit that massive average himself only yesterday, so they've got that experience this week up there. But yeah, sometimes when you add those fresh players into the pool, it can really mix things up.
It's interesting as well because sometimes when we talk about players dropping into Group C from Group A, sometimes it's because of issues and difficulties elsewhere. But actually, when you look at yesterday's action, the 3 players who dropped into Group C had their best days of the week yesterday.
Yeah, what a time to get it. Hopefully they can just bring that confidence and from the performances yesterday and actually put it into today. Sometimes it's difficult as a player, but you need to draw a line under it. Group A is over and done with. Group C is now the challenge, and you know it's only 2 players that go through, and they're going to want to secure that place in finals night.
Well, let's see what the bookies are saying about today's proceedings. This is how the outright betting is looking, and they have Gary Stone, the 6-4 favourite to go on and win the group. Chaz Barstow 9-2, Crabtree 5-1. We'll talk about Gary Stone being favourite in just a second, but I want to talk about John O'Shea 11-2 for a player who's just dropped off tour. The final he lost was last week. Are they fairly big odds potentially?
Yeah, potentially they are. I mean, he made it all the way through to finals week. He made it right the way through to the final. In fairness, his performance dropped off in that final. But up to that point, he'd been very, fairly consistent. So I do think with the experience that John's got, that could be some, good outside odds there.
As far as Gary Stone is concerned, he's a player that we've quite a lot here at the Super Series and at other competitions. We've labelled him as a favourite player. He's got a lot of ability and a lot of talent. Are we still waiting for him to get to that next step? A player that's got potential to a player that wins competitions and things?
Yeah, perhaps. I think that's a fair comment. We've seen him, like you say, over the years, different tournaments, but hasn't quite just made that winning step forward. Put in some massive performances over the years, but it's consistency over the period of the whole tournament, and I think that's going to be really key for Group C. We saw 2 players run away with Group A. We didn't really expect it to the level that we saw. So this is a shorter group. It's over 2 days. The whole field will not want to see that happen again.
And in terms of Ryan Harrington, we spoke about him when he was runner-up in his week. He's a player that looks like he's getting into a fresh 2.0 stage of his career, or as he said, 1.0.
Yeah, no, and it's good to see, isn't it? And that's what I really love about the Super Series. It allows players to kind of come here, and then they're getting better and better. Tom Sykes, who won Group A, is a perfect example of just that progress in a short space of time. So yeah, with Ryan Harrington coming in as well, and again, he was one of those runners-up that narrowly missed out, just 4 legs to 3 on actually winning the week. So showing some really, really strong stuff.
Well, let's have a look at today's bet builder. This is what you've been having a punt on at home. Pays just over 8 to 1 today. Ryan Harrington with the most 180s in the game against Chaz Barstow at 9 to 4. Gary Stone, the player handicapped to win 4 to or better against Wayne Jones at 10 to 11. And the game between Barstow and O'Shea going over 5.5 legs at 1 to 2. Very interesting that people are backing against Chaz Barstow in the 180 stakes.
Yeah, I have to agree, actually, especially when we don't know what the level of play is coming in from the 3 new players. Obviously, we've got our expectations and we know what they can do. But we saw it here on the first day. It took a couple of those players a little bit of time to warm up and warm into the actual event. So that could be a funny one, because Chaz, as we know, when he's on it, he's a massive 180 hitter.
It's 18 plus, BigGambleWeb.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game sees Gary Stone in action up against Cam Crabtree. We're going to hear from Gary in just a second. Before we do that, I just want to get your thoughts and reflections on Cam Crabtree's week this week, because the highs have been very high as far as he's concerned, but maybe he hasn't had the consistency which we kind of lavished praise upon him about in recent times.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. And when we spoke before, you mentioned that Cam perhaps wasn't feeling quite 100% at the start of the week, and that's probably shown in his performances, because day on day he has got better, got more results, got more wins. But again, I also think that's a testament to the field as well, because there were some really tough opponents in Group A. He knows what he's got to do. He knows what it's like to win here, but this is Champions Week. It's going to be tough, and I just think if he can maintain that kind of 90 to 95 mark, what we'd expect for him, he's going to cause everyone problems. But I do think consistency very much key for Cam.
Well, we'll see how he gets on then in this first game against Gary Stone. And early on this morning, I caught up with Gary to get his assessments ahead of his Champions Week campaign. Champions Week, first appearance for yourself here. How much are you looking forward to it?
I'm really looking forward to it. It was a call that I didn't expect, to be fair. I didn't think I performed that well the last time I was down here, which is strange. Making the final, I've played so much better in other weeks, never made the final, so everyone's a Brucey bonus for me. It's a free hit in a away field, so looking at the first couple of days from afar, the standard's been good, so it whets appetite for the week ahead.
Interesting you say it's a free hit. Does that in some ways maybe help you to relax going into a week of this magnitude?
Yeah, of course. It's a phone call I never expected. I'd already entered for the Scottish Open this weekend. I had my full sights on playing the WDF. So this is just, as I say, it's a total free hit. But it's a free hit that now I've got the opportunity. I want to make the most of it. So I'm definitely in it to win it, 100%.
So you've had that experience here before, obviously getting to the final. You've seen this week all in action. How do you, standard-wise, where do you think you've got to be at to get yourself through to Saturday?
Oh, definitely be towards the top of the A game, 100%. I mean, the guys have acquitted themselves really, really well this week, in my opinion. Stands has been really, really good. But I think that suits me. If I go out there thinking I'm going to win a game easy, then that's my biggest downfall. So knowing that these guys are all at the top of their game, that definitely whets my appetite. I'm really looking forward to get out there and show what I can do these couple of days now.
We're looking forward to watch you play, Gary. All the very best.
Thank you.
So 2 more days to see who the big 6 on Champions Night is going to be at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We kick off a marathon day, 25 matches nonetheless to bring to you, with Gary Stone up against Cam Crabtree. Should be an intriguing way to start our afternoon's worth of Tungsten Jewels. Laura Turn has made her way over to the commentary box to describe all the proceedings today with Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Good afternoon, Henry. And welcome to Group C, as we welcome back to Portsmouth Gary Stone, someone who has got a brilliant high ceiling of performance up against a former weekly champion, that is Cam Crabtree. Less than half the age of Gary. I'm sorry, Gary, for saying that. But age is just the number in this game, isn't it? And as for Crabtree, I think he's very happy that Group A is done now. Now, as we are in Thursday in Champions Week, We're only 48 hours away from knowing the full field for the championship
First
night.
leg, it's Gary to
come
throw
Saturday.
first. Game on.
Tom Sykes is already there with some world-class darts over the last 3 days, but he had to wait until game 15 yesterday to solidify that invitation. Now it's 2 players from Group C
127.
that will join him over the next 26 or so hours.
Yeah, very, very close, wasn't it, yesterday? Right down to
97.
the wire. But you have to say, the improvement that we've seen from Tom Sykes just from that very first debut now finds himself in Champions Week finals night, winning Group A as
60.
well. And you have to say, got to feel slightly for Scott Taylor, who was here all last week, now finds himself in Group B.
Yes, a rather familiar feeling for Scott Taylor, who didn't get
45.
through Group A last week in Week 12, got through Group B, and we'll get on to Scott Taylor in a bit more detail a little later when he comes back from 9:45 p.m. in Group B
59.
for Champions Week. However, Gary Stone has the darts against Cam Crabtree in this first game, which means that this fixture will be game 15 tomorrow.
96.
I wonder if we're going to go to the last game again in this group. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I wouldn't either. I think we generally thought Group A would be slightly tighter, but obviously we had 2 players run away from it.
137.
It can happen. And I think for these players, they really all need to make a very strong start. Even if they're not all going to win, obviously, but just in terms
Gary
of performance,
require
especially from the 3
118.
coming in, because they have had real highs and real lows in Group A.
Very fair statement, especially when it comes to Cam,
94.
whose range between his bottom average and his top one is over 30. That must not happen in this group. If it does,
105.
that lowest average must be a
Gary
one-off.
required 24.
Double 12. Oh, double 3. Got to give it a go.
18.
It was just
Cam,
bit
you require
Kajagoo
100.
bit too shy. 2 double tops for Cam. That's a good one.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
even
leg.
better.
Cam Crabtree.
Our first double-double of the day comes in the very first leg.
Second leg, it's Cam
Might be
to throw first.
expensive
Game
Gary,
on.
but that is maybe a leg he should have walked away with. So, Crabtree, over the first 3 days,
59.
averaged 86.96, 31% on the doubles, and not very often would numbers like that
100.
win a Group A situation, particularly in a Champions Week. If you compare his numbers to the person who did win,
59.
his average is almost 10 points less than that of Tom Sykes. And the doubles percentage is 13%
60.
less. So there you see, with those numbers, they do not lie. They tell us why Cam is in this group.
100.
No, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Cam had one of the lowest actual opportunities at the outer ring as well, and did struggle to convert at times.
140.
And it just shows to me that when he got there, obviously didn't take the opportunities, but wasn't getting there often enough.
I think that's a very fair point. He had 103 darts
96.
at double in the first 3 days. Sykes had 128. 25 more darts at a double. That's an awful lot.
100.
I know it's somewhat unfair sometimes to compare someone who was in the bottom
60.
3 to
Gary
the top, but I'm just
require
trying to gauge
101.
what you need to do to get yourself to a Saturday night via a Group A.
77.
Double 12 has had a bit of a
Can you
say on
require
Gary Stone so far,
127?
and funnily enough, one of the bright sparks of this week for Crabtree was this finish. And it was on the bullseye.
102.
Had he done it again, Gary would have started with a very
Gary
negative
required
mindset.
24.
But he can put it right here.
Game shot
Right
on
in
the
the
second
corner.
leg.
Too
Gary
close to double
Stone.
9 again, but this time he gets it on the right side of the wire.
Yeah, I agree. That was
Third leg, it's
probably
Gary
a
to
run
throw
rather
first.
closer than he
Game on.
intended.
You and I have had a few laughs this week, Laura. Thoroughly enjoyable. Enjoyed your company. And I've known Gary a few years. He's from the beautiful town of Bo'ness. Ever been there?
I have not.
99.
We all know that Gary's Scottish. Why is he wearing a France top?
I walked past him in the corridor and did tend to mention that. He went, no, it's not.
96.
In obviously a much broader Scottish accent.
Probably Rangers.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Sorry, Gary, we're just having a laugh
140.
with you, not at your expense. But it is a dart shirt that I'm sure Thibaut Tricol or Jacques Larbe would think, I like the colouring of the
58.
shirt. I think anybody who knows Stone knows that he's been an excellent player
56.
for well over 10 years. Has he reached his potential? Doesn't matter what answer you give to
59.
someone when you ask that question, because you can see the positive in either. And with Gary, I don't think he has. I think his
97.
biggest story hasn't been written yet. Could it be in the next 3 days?
Yeah, well, it kind of goes to show when he comes into this group as favourite.
58. Gary require
Understandably so, he
109.
does have those levels that he can reach.
He is bossing the scoring department in this game.
91.
He's had a chance in all 3 legs. At least this time, Gary's not going to have his pocket picked like he was in leg 1.
40. Gary require 18.
Yeah, and has some options here. Goes straight for it. Has hit it already.
Game
Hits it
shot on
again,
the
but this
third
time
leg.
it counts.
Gary Stone. Fourth
He
leg, it's
seems to
Cam to
have
throw
a
first.
kind of
Game on.
Preference to that area, that's that area of the board.
Yeah, think about another Gary. Gary Anderson won 2
48.
world titles on double 12. Will he win another one? I don't think anybody in World Darts would say no.
22.
No, he was outstanding this week on Pro Tour.
Yeah, darts has been at the forefront all
60.
week this week. Pro Tour action on Monday and Tuesday. European Tour qualifiers yesterday. We've had 3 days of darts here in our Champions Week. And today the World Senior Championship starts as well.
58.
And that is why Gary Stone is here. Because he was a runner-up in his week. He lost out to Duffman in his weekly final in week number 8. And because the Duffman thinks he's going to be the world senior champion by the end of the week, Gary Stone got the phone call. Not the worst substitute in the world.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, wish Neil Duff and all the players on the World Seniors all the very best of luck.
Who's going to win it, Laura?
Well, Duff to me must come in as one of the favourites. I think
58.
Leonard Gates might have something to say, and Robert Thornton's going to want to hold on to that title. But yeah, there's definitely a few names, and how can we not mention Chris Mason?
180.
First 180 there for Gary Stone.
140.
Almost followed by one from Cam, but on the World Senior Championship, I've asked you who is probably going to win. Who do you want to win?
55.
Trina Gulliver.
I like that answer. Imagine the headlines of that one. 10-time ladies champion, 1-time World Senior champion. I like the cut of your
133.
jib.
Well, yeah, you got Trina, got 3 women actually, and only one of those 3, Trina, Lisa, or Dieter.
59. Cam, you require 62.
I'd love Chris Mason to win that and bring the trophy on Monday into the commentary box. Double 16 for Cam.
46.
Now it's Gary's
Gary
turn for a
require
127
127.
and game. Do you fancy it, Gary? Nope. That was just the tiniest bit greedy. And now he's starting to wonder, should I have gone for the big 17 to guarantee that shot at the bull? Retrospect is such a wonderful thing, isn't it?
79.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Cam, you require 16.
But this, to make it a level game.
Two fours.
12.
Could be costly.
Gary, you require 48.
Stone has got options on 48. Double top it is.
38.
I
Cam, you
always
require
think
4.
that when you're playing your first game of the week, the last thing you want to happen is to be
Game shot on
involved in
the
a
fourth
game like
leg.
this,
Cam
where there are
Crabtree.
plenty of misses at double. We've already had 14
Fifth
missed
leg, it's
darts at
Gary to
double
throw
in 4
first.
legs.
Game on.
Yeah, more importantly, if you're Gary Stone, you're coming out here, this is your first match of the week on the stage. But he's had darts in
38.
every single leg to win.
Cam was involved in a game with Wayne Jones.
60.
Oh no, it was Chas Bostow, I do beg your pardon. Where there were a few more missed darts at double. In fact, there were 46 missed darts at double
84.
yesterday between Barstow and Crabtree in a game that was weird. Because Chaz was 3-0 up. He had a 139 checkout, his best of the week.
60.
He still won the game, having missed 26 darts at a double.
I think
100.
most dart players will probably testify to the fact that there is always that game lingering in the back of the locker. You just don't want it to come out, especially this week.
96.
I've spoken very openly about a leg that I played once at the Biker Key Club just outside Newcastle. I threw 51 darts on the leg and lost the leg. It's one of those legs
59.
that I was never meant to win. However, you've got to move on from whatever you've missed or hit in previous legs.
140.
If you've still got game time left, the biggest challenge is yet to come.
60. Cam, you require 145.
Crabtree has averaged mid to high 70s in this game throughout.
65.
Can Gary Stone make him
Gary,
pay
you
for
require
that?
160.
Yeah, another game that
60.
potentially the player who
Cam,
perhaps
you
hasn't got the
require
highest
80.
average has an opportunity now to take the lead as Cam stares down 80.
Double 10.
70.
Another 2 missed darts at double.
Gary,
They
you
are
require
both 2
100.
from 10 now. Can Stone repay the favour on the old 100 with 2 double tops? Let's see. Just over the bar.
$40.
This is not the kind of double
Cam, you
that
require
Cam
10.
can give himself a guide for. He's got to be aggressive with dart 1. Double 2 again. He's hit that
shot on the
twice in
fifth
this
leg.
game.
Cam Crabtree.
Stone has gone from 2-1 up to 3-2 down. In a
Sixth leg,
bemusing
it's Cam
game
to
where
throw
we're seeing
first.
2 people
Game on.
starting to find their feet, but microscopically.
58.
You got to the bottom of the old nickname, didn't you, this morning with Shazam?
Yes, I did. It's it's kind of one of those multi-level type nicknames.
115.
One of the ones that you go out to a poll, ask the people what they think. That was one of the suggestions, but Cam said, he said it rhymes with Cam. He thought, well, that's okay. And
98.
obviously Shazam's a superhero. Yeah, that's okay. But kind of turns out that Cam Crabtree is almost like a human version of the Shazam app.
180.
Very much into his music.
If that's the case, when Chris Murphy's back here, we'll have to get him in a music quiz with him.
85.
Because Chris Murphy is a savant when it comes to music quizzes. 54 needed for Gary.
174.
Yeah,
Very Scottish approach shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was going to say there's an interesting look from Gary that kind of just almost like staring at it like, yes,
140.
that's
Gary
what I can
required
do.
32. Game shot.
Well,
on
that's
the
just a little
sixth
bit better,
leg.
isn't it?
Gary Stone.
My word, where did that come from? He's had a very
Seventh and
sketchy
final leg. It's
match, and
Gary
then he
to
puts
throw
in a
first.
10 dart leg.
Game on.
Yeah, I don't care where it came from, but more of the same, please, Gary Stone.
180.
What are you going to say next, Laura? Because it seems to be working.
No, it just seems like some switch has flipped there for Gary. He's found himself in a lot of bother
60.
in a match that he had opportunities to win 4-0.
If you find yourself in a hole, claw your way out.
121.
How many times do you fall in a hole and you've automatically got a shovel? Use your hands, dig with your hands, and that's exactly what Gary's doing right here.
140.
This is an extraordinary burst.
This leads me to a question of how many times have you fallen in holes?
100.
Good question. Might be able to talk about it after 9 o'clock.
59. Gary, you require 100.
It's that 100 again. And he doesn't need 2 double tops.
Game,
He needed
shot,
1.
And the match.
Oh my
Gary
word.
Stone.
21 darts for 2 legs to end that match. I'm sorry, Cam. I know you were 3-2 up, but there was nothing you can do about that from Gary Stone. The fact that he's had 21 darts for the last 2 legs and he's only averaged 90 tells you everything about what happened before that. You may not see 2 better legs back to back at any point this year. Wow, what a start for Gary. He's got his first 2 points. And either Ryan Harrington or Wayne Jones will get theirs after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and welcome back to Champions Week, where before the break we saw a real spurt from Gary Stone to get over the line from behind to get the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, Ryan Harrington in action. He was one of our Therese Colley in week 11 of the competition, and he takes on Wayne Jones, who we've already seen this week in Group A. It was an improved Wednesday for the Wanderer. He'll be hoping Thursday will be a thrilling day as far as he's concerned. Who's going to win this clash? Let's find out with Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Welcome back, Ryan Harrington, and he's had a battle with the Clippers, apparently, since he was here in week number 11 at the expense of Chaos Reese Colley. But Wayne Jones, who was first in the building this morning, ready to get fully prepped for an assault on the top 2 spots in Group C. He is hoping to stick around in Portsmouth until the end of Saturday night. And in his own words, he's not even sure how he's going to get home yet because there's a train strike happening. So do yourself a favour, Wayne. Win yourself 20 grand by the end of the week and you can get yourself a taxi.
Yeah, not quite sure how much of that prize fund a taxi would actually cost, but
First leg,
definitely
it's
gives
Ryan
you
to throw
options.
first. Game on.
You can go home in a helicopter.
yeah, charter a quick flight, be fine.
Ryan Harrington is in the same sort of position
41.
as Gary Stone, here as a substitute. One of the best averaging runners-up in finals over the last 12 weeks.
137.
He answered the call. He's here. And he will fancy his chances over the next couple of days to make another Saturday night.
134.
He's never won on a Saturday night here. That is an experience he is yet to get. Whereas Wayne did win his week a few weeks before Ryan.
140.
I have to say, Ryan, he was remarkably close. As you say, runner-up to Collie in week 11. But it was 4-3. But it was quite a dramatic semi-final. Harrington had to win
96.
4-0 to secure his place by just one leg. And managed to do what seemed to be the impossible.
He has had heartbreak on that stage. He's lost to Anton Östlund of Sweden in a weekly final as well.
140.
A game that he could have won. But that was history for Sweden. And they have had quite the large footprint here in Portsmouth over the last 12 months.
When you
with
require 84.
3 weekly titles, 2 for Andreas Harrison. One of the players, funnily enough, who wasn't able to make it this week. Double 9 has been seen plenty already,
66.
but only hit on purpose once.
I thought it was quite interesting what Gary was saying before as well, that when he got the call up, it felt like a bit of a free shot, but now he's here, he really does want to make the most of it.
18.
Understandably so. There's a huge prize fund on the line.
Double 4 for Wayne.
14.
Going round the houses
Ryan
early,
McCoy,
and this
56.
is very reminiscent of what happened on Monday when he started Group A. Got frustrated and got punished. He's not punished right
When
there.
you require 4.
Sheer disdain from the Essex man at that shot at tops. Oh no,
score.
it's the wrong bed. This time it's double 17 getting the action.
Ryan, you require 39.
Double 16.
Game shot on the first
That is
leg.
a steal.
Ryan Harrington.
But when they come around, take them. Very, very similar start to this game
Second
that we
leg, it's
saw
Wayne to throw first.
with
Game on.
Crabtree and Stone, but we know how that one ended.
Yeah, emphatically. Let's be honest. Gary Stone found that additional gear, and I was just looking back to that first date
60.
for Jones, and got to say, his doubling percentage is 2 from 8. At one point, it was 4 from 17. In a match that he actually won, it's almost like he needs to carve out those additional
60.
opportunities. Did hit that amazing 106 yesterday, really did peak at the right time, but as we've said with a lot of the players, it's about consistency, it's maintaining the levels.
He has shown, like Laura
100.
said, the kind of performance that he can knit together. But I think if Wayne was being brutally honest, which when you speak to him, he is most of the time,
58.
maybe 4 or 5 occasions this week has he played to his satisfaction, averaging somewhere between, say, 93 and that 106 from yesterday. The rest of it, he would
85.
gladly put in the bin. That's the perfect first start for Harrington. He can really attack that light blue coloured
137.
flight, because you can see his angle of attack is very upright. Must be genetic. That's what his dad was like. One of the most upright angles of attack in a dartboard that's ever been seen.
55.
When he hits the middle of the small 20, he covers the tops. Darts the length of a pier.
180.
And there is evidence of what he can do when he gets that first dart right. Wonderful maximum from Ryan.
Yeah, and also evidence of what you were saying, got that first start perfect, and this time managed to back it up with 2 more trebles.
125. Ryan, you required 66.
I'll go through Wayne's overall numbers from Group A when this leg is done, and it might be done in 1 dart.
Game shot on the second
There
leg.
you go.
Ryan
That's
Harrington.
emphatic as well. 14 darter from Harrington. But before we get into Wayne's numbers,
Third leg, it's
do you know
Ryan
that
to
there
throw
actually has
first.
been a world
Game on.
champion called Harrington?
Yes.
As in world champion, not world match play champion.
77.
It's a totally trick question.
Go on then.
Yeah, world poker champion.
Right, yeah.
Dan Harrington.
I know a Dan Harrington. Probably not the same one.
There's also been a
100.
Harrington that's been a 2-time Open champion as well. Porrig Harrington. Also won the USPGA Championship. At
82.
the expense of Sergio Garcia. Just around 15 years ago.
Just feels there's another sport I need to brush up on, which is now golf as well, and poker. I'm just going to add it to the list with NFL.
40.
Misspent youth.
Yeah.
I'm still not as much of a brain box as Mark Webster.
Yeah,
If you want someone in your
96.
sports quiz, there's your guy.
that's different level of retention of knowledge.
You don't need a computer to retain stats when you got Mark by your side, that's for sure.
100.
And these two both know a thing about him. But at the minute, Wayne's problem is with the freshly shorn Ryan Harrington, who had a very fetching
58.
boyzone look going on in his weekly runners-up spot. Trying to bring the side parting back into fashion with a little bit of flop.
I did like it, but yeah, I can see the trims come
121.
in.
Maybe this is his spring haircut, whereas he was going for a little bit of insulation during the winter.
95. When you require
At least he's got the option.
140.
Yes, of course, yeah. Many don't. I'm not knocking it.
All Wayne can do now is leave tops.
60.
Can't quite get there.
Ryan, you
Harrington
require
does have an
93.
opportunity for a 3-0 lead. Double 18 again.
75.
What a big chance that was.
When you require 80.
This could change the game because it is for a break of throw. Needs a double.
70.
And can't get one.
Ryan,
Don't
you
need to be a
require
darts
80.
genius to figure out why Wayne Jones could be 3-0 down.
Game shot on the
And
third
is.
leg.
It's all
Ryan
to do with
Harrington.
the doubles. He's had 9 attempts and not hit any. Whereas Harrington has
Fourth leg,
hit
it's Ryan
3
to throw
from 2
first.
less attempts.
Game on.
Yeah, and I know I mentioned that 106 that Wayne Jones hit yesterday. It was against Cam Crabtree, but his final match, again, very reminiscent, had 9 attempts at the outer ring to do some damage
45.
to Scott Taylor and missed all 9 and ended up losing 4-0. Just feels like a bit of history repeating.
And the statistic that proves Laura's point there is that Wayne had the lowest
44.
percentage in the entire group in the 3 days preceding this. 29%. That just can't cut it in Champions Week, unfortunately. However, he did make up for that
99.
with his overall average. Of anybody coming from Group A to Group C, he had the largest average of 89.26. And I think that's more to do with
43.
the fact his bad games weren't as bad as Barstow or Crabtree.
Yeah, but if he's going to make any headrow into that finals night, he's
60.
really going to have to address the problem of the checkout percentage.
$96.
Do you know why Ryan Harrington's called the Animal?
I don't, I'll be honest.
I'll enlighten you.
Please do.
We were in Cardiff, and there was a certain
60.
meaty snack brand that was at the tournament, and they had somebody in the costume of the Pepper Army
60.
playing darts against punters from the crowd. I thought, it must be really, really difficult to do that. And I looked at the person throwing the darts with the costume, and I thought, well, that looks like Ryan Harrington's throw.
140.
Because it was Ryan in the costume. And the old advert for the Pepper Army was, he's a bit of an animal. So there you go.
See, that's what I've been talking about all
96.
week.
Wayne, you recline
Proper
97.
nicknames that are organic, that come from a situation. They're the best ones. Well, in fairness, Ryan Harrington proving a bit too spicy here at 4. Wayne Jones.
81.
Yeah, 162's on, never on the menu. I would go for the bull here.
51.
He did
Wayne,
go
you
for it,
recline
but
16.
comes up short. Just get a nice clean double,
Game
just like
shot on
that.
the fourth leg.
And there you go.
Wayne
His
Jones.
expression tells you everything you need to know.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We've spoken at length this week, Laura, about areas of the country that have so much strength. Yorkshire.
38.
We've spoken about the War of the Roses match between Taylor and Sykes. So then we spoke about Lancashire. So let's talk about Essex and what they've
59.
had the last 40 years. They've had some of the biggest names in the history of the game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I played county against them, their
96.
lineup at one point was, I'm sure Andy Fordham had a few seasons over at Essex, and there was Kevin Painter, Wayne Mardle,
Colin Lloyd,
Colin Lloyd. Yeah, how can I
Al
forget Lloydie?
Hedman.
81.
Yes.
I do believe Al Hedman is actually the answer to a
38.
question, a very good question. I believe he was the first black player at the PDC World Championship. And Al is related to Dieter, of course.
Absolutely.
60.
But that Essex side, you went up against them and you thought, have they got any weak links? And every single one of them had a title or the fact that they were an international player. Right. So this is going to be quite hard then.
45.
Yeah, even now you've got the likes of Richie Housen playing for Essex.
Keegan Brown.
Yes, Keegan. I'm pretty sure we tried to poach him. He obviously lives a lot closer to Hampshire than he does to Essex, but decided to go there.
180.
You wanted to play with Richie, apparently. Because they're
It's fine.
best buds.
We'll take Richie as well. It's fine.
I knew you would. Wayne Jones has got his first 180 of this group.
59.
And
Wayne, you require
very decently
121.
timed, because now he's got 6 starts to take care of this, to get himself back into this game. This is for a break of throw. Double 8 again.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Hallelujah.
Wayne Jones.
Yeah, real turnaround once again in this match. Wayne Jones, he was 0 from 9, and these last 2 legs,
Six leg, it's Wayne to
perfection
throw
on the
first.
outer ring.
Game
Needs
on.
more of that.
And that's his biggest finish of the entire week so far, usurping his 116 from Monday.
60.
If you're going to find your best stuff, you're better off doing it at the end of a Champions Week, not the beginning.
180.
I think Ryan may have had enough of this comeback.
Yeah, perfect start. Really took advantage. Taken the throw back from Wayne Jones.
100.
How would you categorise Harrington's career to date? Because I think when you're someone like an Aaron Monk or a Ryan Harrington or even a Chris Dobie, they've all had
45.
exceptionally talented fathers. It's really hard, isn't it, to break out of that shadow?
Yeah, I think so. And you know, it's that ambition as well. You want to be able to do the same thing. You want to be able to
100.
replicate. But I think one of the things you have to realise as well is just the different. It's a completely different scene now. The darts. It's not the same as what it was back then. And you know, the amount of people
45.
playing it's to me it's far more at the level which can see you on the Pro Tour, do well in the Challenge Tour. It's just. I'm not saying it's more difficult. It's always been difficult, but to replicate is hard.
60.
Now, Wayne will have played against Ryan's dad many times. I think what Ryan wants is to provide for his family.
85.
He wants to give them as much as he possibly can from when he works and when he plays darts. And at the end of last year, coming into this year, he was eyeing up Q School, but I just get the feeling
Ryan,
if
you
he
require
was to have a really good
146.
time of it here this year, that's what would set him up for a fresh assault at the Pro Tour.
Interestingly, you mentioned it in the context of Cam Crabtree not getting a tour card. Do you think that's better for him because he's got
96.
time
Wayne, you
to
require
further develop? Perhaps
113.
it's the same kind of instance with Ryan.
I have to agree. Is Jones going to stop Harrington getting a match shot?
73.
Oh my, the metal moved.
Ryan, you require 50.
Obviously, double top didn't want to be hit. He does get the single he needs eventually and misses.
32.
And almost everybody's
Wayne, you
done that
require
now.
40.
They've hit the double next door. But that is a match start missed by Ryan. Double 5 for Jones.
30.
They weren't close.
Ryan, you require
He
80.
waves it away. And Harrington has got double 9, which has seen more attention than anything today. And it wins in the
shot,
game.
And the match.
It
Ryan
was a game
Harrington.
of doubles played by singles. So there you go. 4 out of 11 for Ryan Harrington. That's okay. We see that very often, and that being good enough quite a lot of the time as well. He won't be happy with a 75 average, I can tell you that. But Wayne Jones will be disgusted at the fact he's 2 from 15. When he started to fight back into the game, he was decent, but he left himself with too much to do. When we come back, it's our first look at the Joker as he takes on Chaz Barstow.
Very warm welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to see the Joker enter the fray. John O'Shea in action up against Chaz Barstow. He was the runner-up last week. He's hoping to go one better this time round up against Barstow, for whom it's a second appearance for him at Champions Week. Hasn't made it through to a Champions Night before, and so he'll be hoping to go one better and get there. Wise for John O'Shea, the 48-year-old, the World Master back in 2019, the last World Master over the famous set play format, up against Chaz Barstow, who famously took a set off of Michael Van Gerwen. And set to talk us through all the action in this one, it's Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
2 days of John O'Shea. What's not to like? Up against Chaz Barstow in his first game here, and his second consecutive week playing in Group C. And the last time he was here in this
First
scenario,
leg, it's John to throw
he was
first.
top of the table.
Game on.
Is John O'Shea going to make it to Champions Night after playing in week 12? Just came up short last week when Scott Taylor was just too good for him in the final.
85.
But he got the call and has stayed in the UK since last week to come back. He went up to the Pro Tour events in Wigan
58.
to catch up with some darting pals, and now he's back in Portsmouth for another stint.
Yeah, it was quite interesting coming in to top this group. He was 11 to 5. He was fifth
43.
favourite, and considering he did quite well here at the Super Series at his last outing, his first outing, obviously, as he lost his tour card. Yeah, I was
42.
surprised that there might be a bit of value in that, but it is a tough group.
I was sitting here with Matthew Edgar last week talking about O'Shea.
60.
Just a great person. Really good to be around. Always good banter. So I'm going to go early with this
140.
because Matthew Edgar's response was unacceptable. Who's your favourite Joker?
96.
Who played the Joker?
Yeah, no, I know.
Because you were going to say your favourite Joker is John O'Shea, right? Not,
97.
was it Justicia?
No, but I just think there have been some strong performances.
134.
Between two, but
Judge
I've
required
got to go with who's on his shirt.
164.
You're going to go Joaquin Phoenix?
I think so. Is that unacceptable?
No, what was unacceptable about Matthew Edgar last week is that he didn't know the actors, had never watched a
96.
Batman movie that had any Jokers
John,
in
you
it,
require 83.
which is abhorrent behaviour. John needs 81 more, and he could get double 12. It
59.
was a nice recovery
Judge
after the
requires
missed
68.
17s. As for Chaz, he's got double 16.
36. John, you required 24.
So far, a lot of the darts here today have been living in that 6 to 7 visit
18.
range. And that's why
Judge, you required
plenty of missed
32.
darts at double so far, with the exception of the last 2 legs from Gary Stone in his game.
Game
That's a
shot
wonderful
the
dart
first
from
leg.
Chaz from the left
Chaz
side of the
Barstow.
hockey, goes over the dart, gets an immediate break of throw at the expense of one of Cork's finest.
Second leg, it's Chaz
Yeah,
to throw
totally
first.
agree. But it
Game
feels
on.
like a bit of a tentative start here to Group C. They all went off with a bang in Group A. But other than
57.
those 2 outstanding legs from Gary Stone, which saw him win out the match in 10 and 11. Just think these guys, they put levels. It's just who's going to
59.
hit those high levels. And I think they're going to have to hit them quite quickly.
I couldn't agree more. You can have a
140.
slightly slow start in Group C. The most important thing about day 1 is that you must not be too far behind the person at the top.
59.
Someone might go and dominate and get 10 points today, but if you're on 0 and they're on 10, that's not good news.
180.
I think there's a golden rule when it comes to Group C, and it was proven last week. If you win more than you lose,
41.
you should go through.
Judge required 124.
that means 12 points is your target. If in doubt, just get to 14.
44.
Yeah, and I'm going to change my mind on my joker. I had a bit of brain fog. I think actually, just because it was quite dark, and it's got to be Heath Ledger.
65. Chaz, you require
I'm
80.
torn between Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger.
I know, but again, I think it comes to that recency bias. Chaz stares down tops for a 2-0
Game
victory,
shot
and
the
that
second
is
leg.
tops.
Chaz Barstow. Third leg, it's John to
This
throw
is a slow
first.
start in the scoring
Game
department
on.
for John. Chaz, however, who averaged 87.8 in Group A this week,
95.
is somewhat hovering around that. He was only 30% on his doubles for the first 3 days as well, which is
60.
very similar to Wayne Jones and Cam Crabtree. But looking at the bright sparks for Chaz,
121.
he did have 102.5 winning average in the first day of the week. He had more maximums than the other two joining him in Group C from Group A.
120.
It's unfortunate not to get another one there. He had 20 maximums in 15 games. That's a decent ratio.
Yeah, and I had a quick chat with
95.
him beforehand today, and we mentioned it throughout the week. Obviously, it's a 9:30 start for the players in Group A, whereas this just feels very much more like what we would do on a county
97.
weekend. They kick off around 11:12, but the men don't actually start playing till around this time. So just in terms of having that little bit of extra
100.
hours in bed and being able to come here, relax, prep, it's maybe just a bit more conducive to how Chaz likes to play.
I have to agree. And for someone like John O'Shea, fresh off leaving the PDC Pro Tour,
100.
starting at
Johnny
1 o'clock is
required
very
90.
familiar. Because that's when the start players championships. Got to start the game with the bull.
65. Chaz, you require 124.
John is hoping that Chaz does not get to the bull. And he doesn't.
56. John, you required 25.
He's had 5 darts at double already. And that is a little bit costly. That one leaves 7. Double 2 to rescue.
21. Chaz, you required 68.
Chaz has had a look at this already, but he's going to have to go a different route this time. He missed double 16 in the opening leg for 68. This is bull for him.
43. John, you require 4.
Yeah, so more chances here for O'Shea.
Game
Yeah,
shot
does
third
find
leg.
it, but
John
7
O'Shea.
starts at double so far for O'Shea.
Fourth leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
Everybody's watching
Game
Modus
on.
Super Series action this afternoon. Let's have a little teaser, shall we? How many
140.
of the 4 series champions that we've had since October of 2022 have won the Champions Week
97.
qualifying from Group C? Have a little think about that one. And we'll give you the answer in the next leg.
93.
Think back. What did Whitehead do in Series 1? How did Raymond Smith get into the Champions Night?
140.
Luke Littler got through to 2 Champions Nights and won them both. And Jim McEwen was the last champion. So how many
58.
and which one, if any, came through Group C? There's
83.
no defined blueprint as to how you get to Saturday night. You've either got to be the winner of Group A, you've got to be in the top 2 of Group C, you've got to be in the top 3 of Group B.
145.
That first start for John's been too low. And he's been trying to fix it
97.
almost the
Chaz, you
whole
require
game.
65.
Yeah, even when he won the leg on double 2, very low first start, had to reach over the top.
Double top for Chaz.
25. John, you require 84.
This would be a nice way to get back into this game. Double 11.
73. Chaz, you require 40. Game shot on the
beautiful,
fourth leg.
right in the middle.
Chaz Barstow.
Chaz for 3-1 and has escaped from
Fifth
the
leg, it's
possibility
John
of
to
being
throw
reeled
first.
in.
Game on.
Could have been 2-2.
Yeah, if we're learning anything so far about this Group C, if you're going to have troubles
43.
with the doubles, you're going to lose the matches because so far Cam Crabtree hit 3 from 12. Wayne Jones 2 from 15.
89.
At the moment, John O'Shea finds himself 3-1 down. He's 1 from 9.
And nobody's won a game so far with single figures in doubles attempts.
140.
That must change. There'll be plenty of trouble on the doubles next week, I'm sure, as we have our
54.
special week once the champion is crowned. Monday morning, 9:30, we will have a double start week.
98.
We'll outline the players for that throughout the course of the broadcast. Well, the answer to the teaser that I posed in the last leg,
128.
who, if anybody, has come through Group C and gone on to win the Champions Night
60.
in the Champions Week? It's happened once, and it was the last time we were here in a Champions Week. Jim McEwen
83.
won Group C,
John, you require
then
160.
won the week, won the series. So is that going to happen again, I wonder?
82. Judge
Well, I will
require
say,
147.
Whoever does go into finals night, if Tom Sykes carries on playing the way he has been, it's going to be a tough
100.
ask.
John,
because
you require
he has
78.
been outstandingly consistent throughout that Group A campaign.
To save the match, John O'Shea needs a hurdle shot into tops
58. Judge require 47.
as he trips up on that top shot. He leaves tops open for Chaz.
37. John, you
That will
require
sting
20.
because that was not close.
No, it felt like a shot very much for the match, didn't it? And
Game Sean the fifth
he's been
leg.
punished, and
John
O'Shea now
O'Shea.
within one leg.
Now, this time last week, John was using these long stems.
Sixth
When
leg.
he played
it's
on
Chaz to throw
Friday, he went
first.
to a shorter
Game on.
red stem. Not just myself, but Matthew Edgar and some other people here at the broadcast thought that he had more control with the other stems, but
59.
went back to them on the Saturday night, the ones he's throwing today. So I think at the minute he's trying to figure out which ones work the
129.
best. But he's giving them a full day of action to figure out which ones he's going to use long term, which I think is a very
81.
good plan, actually.
Yeah, we see a lot of players, obviously, they do tinker with their dart setup.
140.
They are, as you say, very long, quite long points as well.
On the subject of how
119.
champions have made it to Saturday night, the most popular route so far in the last 5 series to get to the championship game,
180.
as we get our first 180 from the Joker, has been going through Group A and Group B.
57.
That has
John, you
happened
require
3
52.
times with Whitehead, with Raymond Smith, and one of Luke Littler's weeks.
42.
Well, John O'Shea last week was on double 5 so many times. More than you ever want to be. But he still won his group.
60.
Meaning
John, you
he
require
won
10.
enough legs like this. Double 2.
Game Sean the
It's
sixth
3-3
leg.
and Chaz
John O'Shea.
really has let it slip the last couple of legs after having 2 match darts. He now has to break
Seventh and
O'Shea
final
just to
leg.
win the
It's John's
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it feels very remiss of the match that you've mentioned already that Chaz had with Cam Crabtree. Okay, not quite
60.
as many missed attempts at the double, but Chaz went into a 3-0 lead against Cam Crabtree and almost let that slide. Difference here.
45.
Does the advantage of throw make a big difference for John O'Shea?
45.
He'll feel very fortunate if he does get out of this game with a victory.
100.
When you see your opponent having 2 match darts, you can't help but think the game's finished. I've done all I can. ready to shake your hand.
140.
But when they miss, you must change that attitude in about 2 seconds. They miss, I hit.
140.
That was always my attitude when that happened.
Yeah, it's one of those things I've never been too keen on. When you see a player who's obviously missed an opportunity, then put their darts
41.
away or put them in their pocket. I think you've always got to live on the hope that you become fortunate enough to get another opportunity.
It's a great dart from Chaz, one of the best he's thrown in this
140.
entire game, and he couples it with another one. John must get to, I was going to say
81.
75.
Chaz requires 76.
Another match start for Chaz. And he does find this
shot,
one.
And the match.
That was
Chaz
an
Barstow.
attritional affair in the first round between John O'Shea and Chaz Barstow. They're both going to have to improve, that is certain. However, Chaz will puff his cheeks and say, I'm very fortunate to have got that second opportunity to win the match. But to his credit, he won that last leg against the darts in 15, one of his best efforts of today so far. That's round 1 done. We're going to see Cam Crabtree up against Ryan Harrington to start round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where a very tight first round of fixtures have been completed. We saw Gary Stone get the better of Cam Crabtree 4-3 in the first game, followed by a 4-2 victory for Ryan Harrington. And before the break, Chaz Barstow winning in a last leg decider against John O'Shea. Right, round 2 begins with Cam Crabtree, who is looking to get his first victory under his belt. That's your referee, Charlie Corstefine, who is in action today. One of the stars of the PDC circuit in recent times, and he's going to be calling in all of the scores, including this one between Harrington and Crabtree, being described by Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. It is now the turn of Crabtree up against Harrington, who has been winning at this level of darts for an awfully long time.
First leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Won his first Challenge Tour event in 2017. If you think how long Ryan's been around, he won his first development tour title
47.
in 2011. That must have been the first year of the development tour. He beat Steve
134.
Haggerty in the final, who we have actually had here at the Super Series. He beat Paul Barham in the semi-final.
120.
And I believe Paul Barham's from the same neck of the woods as Ryan Harrington is. And Cam is doing pretty
26.
much what Ryan was doing over 10 years ago, playing development tour, second level PDC darts, but there was no Super Series back then. There is now.
180.
Yeah, and that's a super start there for Cam Crabtree. First 180. Yeah, by my reckoning, and we all know my maths is not my strongest point, but that would have made Cam Crabtree 7
45.
when Ryan
Can you
Harrington won on
require
the development tour.
154? $56.
I like that play, but I don't like the execution, and neither will he. Looks like he's wearing the uniform of another superhero, not Shazam today. It looks like the Green Lantern.
140.
Promise you he hasn't got the torch,
Can you require
or
98?
the lamp, or the ring. His power lies with the 3 darts he has.
74. Ryan, you require 156.
Only one route you can get this. As much as a lot of the finishes around it have got different routes, the 156 can only be done
96.
one way.
Can you require 24?
Got to go above that one, just
Game
like
shot
that.
on the first
Just
leg.
glance
Cam
it through.
Crabtree.
Tidy start here, and we are looking for improvement in round 2, aren't we, Laura? Because every single player
Second
had
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
double-digit
Game
attempts at doubles in the first round. You would accept 4 from 10, which is 40%. But in some of these games, you're going to have to be better than that.
85.
You're going to have to be 4 from 6, 4 from 8, something like that.
Yeah, and I think what sticks in my mind so far is they weren't just that last dart attempt
99.
at a big finish. They were very much 3 darts in hand, and that's when you really need to be taking that shot. So the statistics on finishes can be skewed, but for me, if you've got a clear shot at a double,
77.
it's just as good hitting it with your first dart as your third, as long as you're hitting it within the throat.
I did tell you off the air that I was going to put you on the spot
60.
in this match. And we did say that it was Jim McEwen that won Group C in the previous Champions Week. Can you see the champion
90.
of this week coming from this group?
Potentially, I think, you know, for me at the moment, just based on what I've seen so far, it's
55.
very hard to look past Tom Sykes, actually. But Gary Stone, just the way that he's finished the first couple of legs and just what he's proven that he can do, I think Gary's very much within a shout. The others, to me,
81.
obviously it's very early for me to say anything about the level of Ryan and John O'Shea this week, but Cam, Barstow and Wayne Jones, they just seem to haven't
96.
got that consistency, that full package. So yeah, potentially, but I think for me, favourite at the moment from this group would probably be Gary.
I'd have to agree. When Harrington was winning his sole Challenge Tour event in 2017, he beat Mark Frost in the final.
128.
The man with the best nickname in the sport. He also beat Michael Smith's best friend in the quarterfinals, in Eddie
59.
Dutson.
Ryan, you require 40.
Don't see a great deal of Eddie these days.
Game shot on the second leg.
What we are seeing is Ryan Harrington getting back in this match. With the same sort of leg that we got from Cam
Third
in
leg,
leg
it's Cam
number
to
1.
throw first.
17
Game on.
darts.
$100.
Going to be a very, very busy few weeks coming up in this sport. The UK Open is not far away. Just a couple of weeks. We'll have a World Senior Champion crowned on Sunday
43.
after we've crowned our champion here from Series 6. And And then the season
57.
really motors on after double trouble next week. We go into Series 7 and we start inviting players here to Portsmouth who know that they are
60.
not going to be full-time pros in the PDC this year. We will look high and low, left and right, to find you the
58.
best talent from the ADC system, from affiliate tours from around the world. And if you think I'm just talking about the lads, think again.
98.
We will get the cream of the crop in the ladies' game as well.
140.
Tell you what I am liking from Cam, especially today, he let his head drop quite a lot, and I understand why in Group 8, because he did, as we say, have some inconsistencies in his
31.
performance, and that's very unlucky
Cammy
deflection there for Harrington.
146.
Just seems to have come back this morning much more positive. It's unlucky to lose that opener against Gary Stone, but Gary just found some
57.
immense levels to see out the match.
That ending from Stone was if he'd been shrunk as Mario in Super Mario,
40.
and then he
Can
found
you
a very big
require
mushroom
89?
and grew in stature and went right to the end of the level. Just a nice simple layup here for Cam.
57.
Yet again, the standard of today's player, with the exception, and actually not with the exception of Gary Stone, considering a 90 average is between
140.
16
Can you
and
require 32?
18 darts. That's where the standard is today.
Game shot on the third lay. Cam Crabtree.
Proven right there. That's 20 darts. We're talking about 6 visit
Fourth lay.
play
It's Ryan to throw
and
first.
7 visit
Game on.
play being what we are getting. There you go. Just like that. Does a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say it's
44.
something we've seen quite a bit from Cam over the week so far.
As if he doesn't get enough reps playing here for at least 5 days this week. He's just trying to train that
140.
arm into doing the right things. You might be sitting at home or on some transport watching us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel thinking, what's he doing? Well, surely he can just do it with the next dart. What he's doing is he's training something in his action to stay in position,
91.
trying to get his release right, trying to knit these things together so he can play better. I love it.
Yeah, it reminds me of a bit of a story which I'm sure I'm going to tell nowhere near as well as the person that told me in the first place, which was Shane Burgess. But Shane and the late great Reg Harding on their way to
7.
one of the tournaments and running late, and that was what they were doing to warm up their arm in the car driving on the way. They're doing ghost arms as much as they can, trying to warm it up. I think they were going to Basingstoke a very long time ago, and I'm sure Shane will tell me if
100.
I've recalled that wrong.
I can imagine being in the car overtaking them thinking, what are those guys doing? Must be really big darts fans doing that while they're driving.
61.
I
Can
think
you
it was
require
more Reg who was the
170?
passenger in the car.
58.
Yeah, Reg Harding, one of those players that didn't get anywhere near the recognition he deserved. He was one of the stalwarts of the PDC in the early days.
85.
Very good
Can you
player.
require 112?
Nice lie for a 60. Told you. Ooh,
80.
I think we all jumped off our chairs there. Come on, Cam.
That really did make me sit back in my seat.
It's not Halloween till October. That was my target heart rate for the day.
83. Can you require
That was
32?
very much wham bam. Thank you, Shazam.
Game
And
shot on the
thank
fourth
you very
lay.
much there,
Cam
Cam.
Crabtree.
I think the line of the week belongs to Laura. Wham bam.
Fifth leg. It's
Thank
Cam
you,
to throw
Shazam.
first. Game on.
And the word Cam wasn't even in there. Fantastic. Just like this potential result for Crabtree.
93.
I've talked about Cam in many different facets this week. I've likened him to a tree in a kid's book. Which I still think is a great idea, by the way.
Yeah, I know. We're still
85.
working on the characters, aren't we?
Who's going to be... Well, we know the big bad wolf would be Martin.
Even though he's probably the
96.
nicest big bad wolf, but you can't overlook Wolfie, can you?
Yeah, you just have a character going towards Little Red Riding Hood, but it's a laughing Martin Adams.
140.
Got to be able. There are certain accounts on social media who do things like that for football. It's got to be done for darts. Somebody get out there and do it.
96.
That's what you got to do on the stage. Get up there and do it.
$96.
Is that enough? Because Crabtree has got 6 darts from here. What do we give for a maximum? You take that.
140.
Yeah, definitely settle for a 140. Back for 76. Is there any pressure that Harrington can put on?
I actually quite like in that
140.
spot getting
Can you
the single
require
20 with the
76?
second dart. Because it means that you can't bust it. But you can lose it.
Game,
And he
shot,
has lost it.
And the match.
Crabtree
Cam
with a
Crabtree.
really good acceleration. He wins this one by 4 legs to 1. And he rights the wrongs of the first game that he lost against Gary Stone. However, he didn't do a great deal wrong in the last 2 legs of that previous match. But he did an awful lot right there. And what did we say? If you want to win games here at the Super Series and a Champions Week, sometimes you've got to win by hitting 4 doubles with less than 10 attempts. That's exactly what Cam Crabtree has done right there. Speaking of Gary Stone, he's going to be up against Barstow next. If he's going to play like he did at the end of his first game, sign us up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Cam Crabtree get his first win of the afternoon, getting the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 1, 86-82 average and 50% on the doubles for the 20-year-old from Croydon. Well, Charlie Corsafine is your referee for all of the action today, and he is going to be presiding over proceedings as Gary Stone takes to the stage. And he was ultra impressive in his first game in getting the better of Crabtree. His next assignment is Chaz Barsa, who himself has had some enigmatic streaks this week. Right, who's going to win this one? Paul Nicholson, Laura Turner.
First leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
I like that vernacular from Henry. Enigmatic streaks. Sounds like a haircut. But it's true. Chaz has been excellent at times,
60.
but there have been lulls. But as far as purple patches go, the
97.
end of that first game for Gary Stone was so purple it was almost black. That's how deep it was.
58.
Who finishes a game 10-11?
Gary Stone does, that's who.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
But yeah, when you
57.
when you look at that in the context of like the whole match, up to that point, both players were averaging around mid-70s. Those two legs pulled that average up to 90 for Gary. But again, keep saying the same thing.
57.
For me, who wins this group, or the top two in this group, is going to come down to who can play the most consistent at a winning level.
Well, I'm going to say one thing right now,
140.
and it's something I've known about Gary for years. If he gets his first start right over the next 2 days, he wins this group.
81.
I think it's that simple, because he is someone who feeds off his own confidence. If it's not good,
171.
it can get really bad. However, if he's doing things like that, his confidence can swell.
180. Gary required 36.
He's missed a double. 2 of them.
18.
3 of them.
Chaz requires 65.
Yeah, and that well timed 180 from Barstow just sets up this opportunity for 65. Needs tops.
Was that a bit flat?
25.
It wobbled
Gary
a little bit
required
when it hit the
18.
board. Probably put him off a little bit.
Game shot on the first leg.
It was good news for
Gary
Stone because that's an opening break in 16 darts.
Second leg, it's
I
Gary
was
to
curious
throw
about
first. Game
Chaz's
on.
record in challenge tour darts over the last few years because he did have an exceptional season a few years ago when he
96.
was constantly on the Pro Tour. He was playing Super Series darts. And I thought to myself, I don't actually know if he's won a challenge tour event before. He's only been to a
57.
final. And he lost that final in 2020 to David Evans, who was here last week,
24.
who actually won that challenge tour season in the order of merit. So no shame there whatsoever.
No, David Evans bitterly disappointed. Missed out on a
140.
place here by literally the width of a wire. Was played at very high standard last week, but as we know, at the moment the goal is to get to finals night. Anything can happen when
86.
finals night comes along.
Yeah, this week has been particularly heartbreaking for a few players. They were anxiously waiting to see if they'd done enough in their finals and their week to see if they were getting an invite. It just so happened that I spoke to David Evans on Sunday morning and he said, is there any chance I'll be back next week?
41.
And I said,
Chaz required
afraid not.
124.
You had to make the final. If you had, you would have been back. This is one of those good performances from Chaz,
60.
where he's getting a 180 a leg. And
56.
we have seen someone
Chaz
in the
required
past
64.
get 7 180s individually in a game. Josh Payne has done that.
56.
Gary's not in a position to steal this one away.
Now after that solid opener from Gary Stone, took the break and Chaz can
115.
break
Chaz
back up.
required 8. Game shot on
That'll
the
do.
second leg.
16
Chaz
darter this
Barstow.
time for Chaz. If you were going to describe Gary Stone's darts, how would you do
Third
it?
leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Do you mean the actual equipment or just his the way
It's-
he's playing?
It's that barrel. I spent quite a long
46.
time looking at those darts thinking they're quite individual. And then one of my colleagues, Chris Mason, just piped up and said, doesn't it look like the bottom
36.
of a spring onion?
It really does, actually.
Which tells me that if you could put a point in a spring onion, Gary Stone could probably throw it.
It could be
42.
the next weekly challenge here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, it's a single-use vegetable though, isn't it?
Save it for April.
99.
If dart players could throw veg. Well, there's something I didn't think would be going into. Are there any other darts out there that resemble
140.
veg?
They're always going to be a bulbous vegetable, aren't they? I mean, a spring onion is a very good example.
94.
If you've got any pictures out there, by the way, at MSS Darts on social media, and they look like somebody's darts,
100.
let us know. I think someone who's got those tapered ends to their barrels, they might look like Chantenay
120.
carrots. You know how posh I am when I say Chantenay carrots, not just carrots.
Yeah, maybe a few
59.
asparagus
Gary
tips or
require
something.
152.
Very good.
I've just now got images of
60. Judge
some
require
version of vegetable
140.
whistling going on social media.
Now, don't give Whitlock any other ideas. He's already made punts out of
56.
drill bits
Gary
and nail
require
files.
92.
What's next? Edible stems.
You need some way of kind of maintaining that energy level.
I'll just eat me on darts.
38.
Well, Gary is
Judge require 58.
susceptible here to being 2-1 behind. Double 10.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
is
third
2-1
leg.
behind.
Chaz Barstow.
This, for me, is a very perplexing game. When I look
Fourth
at this
leg, it's Gary
fixture
to
from the
throw first.
outside,
Game
without any further information from what could possibly happen in the table or what has happened before, I look at a game like this and I think, I'm excited.
81.
I think, what can Chaz do? Big numbers. What can Stone do? Big numbers. Big 180s in this match as well. And we have had a couple from
83.
Chaz. But this game genuinely has not lived up to its billing. Yet.
135.
And that deflection there is actually probably because of that kind of, as we say, that more bulbous end to the barrel clattered into it.
83.
I think it's a clever design because it means that he's throwing against the tungsten at the bulbous end.
99.
It means that he's thrusting against something that is there. It's not just a groove. It's a rounded piece of metal.
100.
It's a very clever design. And if you look at Gary Anderson's darts at the minute, they've got that same sort of bulbous end to them. It carries the dart through the air
54.
with a bit more ballistic integrity.
There's another phrase I didn't think I'd hear today. Ballistic intensity.
Guess who else had darts like that? A certain Dennis Priestley.
85. Gary
A certain
require
Tony David.
132.
Yeah, what a phenomenal player Tony David was. We were very lucky the year before he won. He was playing Super League in the area and he was just untouchable.
108.
I've
Judge
heard about some
require
of the teams he was in.
150.
Scary.
Yeah, definitely bolstered up Aaron's Super League team.
Aaron was in that team?
96.
Wow.
Gary required 24.
Wasn't Chris Mason in that team too?
No, I think there was a few. I think he actually travelled just to make sure
Game
there's
shot
much
on the
match
fourth
practice
leg.
as possible.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone there levels it up at 2 apiece, and yeah, no, I heard stories that he played Super League
Fifth
in
leg,
one
it's
area.
Chaz to
We
throw
were over in
first.
Surrey, but
Game
he
on.
did play in London as well.
Yeah, he never seemed to have any bad pairs partners in Australian darts as well.
96.
I once turned up to the Victoria Open in 2006 in Moy, Victoria.
80.
Tony David was there and I thought, my word, this is a long way from home. And he's sitting with Steve Duke Sr. and I thought, we've got no chance.
180.
Just like Chaz might, with the 3 180s he's got to date.
100.
And he find a fourth. He does remind me of a young Ronnie
85.
Baxter, Chaz Barstow, with that dart to the side, and then he thrusts it forward. It very much reminds me of Ronnie in the 90s.
59.
Yeah, definitely in
Judge
terms of
require
action, but
140.
for me, you're never going to get full Ronnie Baxter unless you can smile as you're throwing. It was just one of those things that I remember. It's real characteristic. That it was almost like he was laughing
40.
as he was throwing, especially when he was winning.
Do you know that Gary Stone's got something in common with Ronnie Baxter?
85.
What do you
Charge
think
to
it is?
require 100.
The answer will be in the next leg.
Yeah, I'm stumped.
No, he wasn't anything to do with cricket. In darts or in the actual game of cricket.
76.
Gary feels like he's been off the pace most of this match, and he just
58.
can't seem
Charge required
to
24.
tap Chaz on the shoulder. But he does have a
12.
chance here to get in
Gary
front.
require 190.
And we know how good he's been at kicking to the end today. Can he do it again? 62 left. Like that a lot. Almost loved that one.
94.
That was a very fine effort.
Charge required 12.
Yeah, and you feel a little bit of a let off there for Chaz.
Game
Yeah,
shot on
this
the
time
fifth
he does
leg.
make sure.
Chaz Barstow.
But really, you wouldn't have expected those additional
Sixth
chances
leg, it's
against
Gary
a player
to
like
throw
Gary. But
first.
Gary found himself in this situation in the last match against Cam Crabtree, and that's when he came alive. That was when we saw the 10 and 11 darters.
60.
So do you know what Gary's got in common with Ronnie Baxter?
140.
No, I wouldn't like to guess.
You don't want to hazard a guess.
No.
100.
They're both delivery drivers for the same company.
I was going to say that. That's really annoying. It's really annoying.
180.
And Chaz does get a fourth maximum.
140.
Gary yet to get one in this match, but he's really running out of time.
95.
Yeah, Barstow really playing himself into a good position to win the match.
70.
You can
Judge require
get beaten in this
86.
group and still win it. If you're going to lose a game, lose it early. Chaz needs the bull.
61. Gary
to be
require
shaken in this game.
131.
This would be something else. 17s. Doesn't get 3 of them. So Chaz gets another chance to finish this match off. And when he won his first game, he averaged 85.82. At the minute, before this 25 goes, he's averaging 85.75.
Judge required 25.
Three match darts come and gone.
Gary require 80.
Yet again, we have a player that is well over 10 attempts. Very Gary Anderson, this.
40.
He's annoyed because he had such a
Judge
beauty in
required
there to hit and he
10.
missed the target. Not just the double top target, but the dart that would have nestled it. Double 2.
8. Gary required 40.
Annoyance for Stone, followed by annoyance for Barstow. Gotta hit that.
20.
Oh, my word. It's almost as if his darts are allergic to finding the right tops to finish the leg.
Judge
Yeah,
required
desperately
2.
disappointed there as Barstow gets another go.
5 mismatched darts.
Game,
He gets it on
shot,
dart 7.
And the match. Chaz
He's got
Barstow.
form for that this week. A somewhat attritional affair, but they have to put that out of their minds. As Barstow goes to 4 points, he will feel fortunate that he has done so with 2 wins by tight margins. Only the 80 average. Gary Stone must improve on that 79 if he's going to be a factor in this group. But as we go into game number 6, it will be Wayne Jones looking to respond after losing in round 1. He's up against John O'Shea.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break it was madness for Chaz Barstow winning on the Madhouse. A 4-2 success against Gary Stowe makes it 2 wins from 2 as far as he's concerned. So, onto the final game of the second round of fixtures. It sees Wayne Jones in action up against John O'Shea, and watching this one down in the commentary box, it is Laura Turner, who's alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. We've got one person on 4 points at the end of our 5th game. That is Chaz Barstow, who has somehow remained undefeated, winning results of 4-2 against Gary Stone and 4-3 against the man who was about to throw one of his last practice throws right now, John O'Shea. O'Shea and Jones are the only 2 players not to win today, but one person must progress into round 3 with 2 points. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, who's it going to be indeed? It was very much a game of double trouble, I think, for Wayne Jones especially. Missed
60.
I think he hit 2 from 15, missed 13 opportunities. But when you think those 2 came at first time of asking when he got them, that's a lot of opportunities
45.
that he missed to take that opening match against Harrington.
We've had a nice post from our X account. Thanks to Adi Clayton that's been in touch with us this afternoon, likening the MODUS Super Series to
100.
Test Match Special. I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks, Adi. Thanks for tuning in. And if you do have anything to tell us,
60.
any views, by all means get in touch with us at MSS Darts on X and via our other social channels. I think today has been a little bit under par so far. We've
85.
only seen what I would classify as a purple patch from Gary Stone in the first game of 2 legs and 21 darts. Probably never forget that now. It was that good.
97.
But let's spread a bit of cheer, shall we? Because this news comes all the way from Australia. The Dart Players Australia circuit started in the last few days. First event of the year at the Warilla Bowls Club, one of the best darts
60.
venues in Australia, and the home of the DPA. First event was won by Brenton Lloyd, beating Harley Kemp in the final 6-5. The next day, Brandon Weening won, beating
85.
one of my old adversaries, Rob Modra, in the final 6-4. And here's the good news. Brenton Lloyd, it's not the good news that Brenton Lloyd was beaten in the final, by the way, but he was beaten by our good friend, GG Mathers, who won his first
60.
DPA title of the year. So, GG, many congratulations, and well done to everybody who got off to a winning start in the DPA season.
100. Wayne, you require 136.
Yeah, very good to hit. Gordon off to winning ways. And for one of these 2, they will want to be off to winning ways as well, both losing their opening matches.
That is a lovely dart from Wayne.
100.
That was a
John, you
risky
require
shot, wasn't it?
114.
Maybe clouded by the fact that the flight was in the way, but it looked like a fairly risky shot. This is tops.
74. Wayne, you require 36.
How many times have we said today that John has missed an opportunity? 99.
Game
Great
shot on the
dart.
first leg. Wayne Jones.
The ideal guide and the ideal execution on the next shot as well.
Second leg, it's John to throw
It's never
first.
a good thing,
Game
Laura,
on.
when we're seeing 5 a lot, we're seeing 2 a lot, and 9 a lot today. That means that the primary doubles are not
57.
being hit with enough accuracy.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I thought Pancake Day was back on Tuesday, but to me it just felt a little bit flat.
100.
Yeah, Premier League darts tonight as well. If you want to have a day full of darts, if you are a dartaholic, this is the kind of day for you, isn't it?
140.
2 Super Series sessions, World Seniors and Premier League.
Yeah, it's not a bad weekend of darting action, is it?
Yeah, they're in Glasgow tonight.
55.
I wonder who's going to get week 3 under their belt after a weekly win for Michael van Gerwen last week in Berlin. And a great start for Michael
100.
Smith in the campaign. He's actually my tip to win tonight. I think Michael Smith might get it done.
yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those tournaments, isn't it? That
81.
any outcome wouldn't be a massive surprise. Obviously, Luke Littler well in the mix as well.
That dart is plaguing John O'Shea. He's got to find a slightly higher shot. He's making everything more difficult by finding that small 20. He's not going to switch. No,
100.
that's just special. What he could do is he could start on the right-hand side of the hockey. It seemed to work.
It did seem to work. Yeah, no. And
105.
just the setup
John, you
that he's
require
got,
104.
they're very long. They're very, they block pretty much everything.
Needed 4 18s for a shot at the double of his choosing. Now he's left
41.
on 63.
Wayne, you require 160.
Wayne's done well to leave 160 here. He had 265 from his previous position. Seems to me that
96.
maybe
John, you
Wayne's
require
weakness this
63.
week is not able to get more 2 treble visits or even more shots at those kinds of shots.
Game shot on the second
And John
leg.
takes full
John
advantage of that.
O'Shea.
Who's thrown the longest
Third
dart that
leg,
you
it's
can
Wayne to
recall?
throw first.
Because
Game
this
on.
dart that you mentioned from John it's a fairly lengthy affair, isn't it?
Yeah, many years ago, and you'll have to excuse me because I don't know the names of the players, but
81.
played over in Malaysia in the World Cup, and there was a setup with the team from the Philippines, and they all seem to have very, very similar setups where the point was the longest point that you could actually
140.
have as the rules went, coupled with a very long barrel, long stem. It was, yeah, I had a throw with them, and it's very difficult, especially as a glasses wearer, not to take your eye out because you couldn't get a full release back because it was that
45.
long. There are obviously restrictions, you know, when it comes to the length of what the dart should be. But yeah, they pushed it to the absolute maximum. I just won't forget.
95.
Just trying to throw them, very difficult.
Your darts aren't exactly stumpy, are they? They're quite long.
Yeah, no, I like a longer point. Maybe I was inspired slightly, but I would say you could probably take my dart in half and add it on, and they were
100.
around that length.
Reminds me of my old Aussie friend Don Whittington. He used to throw a very short, stumpy barrel, and the point was about
135.
twice as long. I always said to Don, how do you throw those things? You could have said the same about Justin Pipe's setup. It just didn't make any sense, but he made them work pretty well. Just like Wayne's right there. I gave him
John,
the
you require
criticism that he doesn't do that
131.
enough. But he's found the key there. Can he keep it going into the middle portion of this match?
91. Wayne, you
180
require
shooting
95.
this week has been, well, it's been all right, but he would want more. Only had 9 maximums coming into today. He's averaging 3 a day.
$81.
John O'Shea
John,
could
you
take the
require
lead with a
40.
break now.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
does.
third leg.
It's a very
John
nice 13
O'Shea.
darter. That will cheer anybody up.
Fourth leg, it's John to
Yeah,
throw
perhaps get the
first.
sense that
Game on.
John O'Shea starting to warm, starting to rise to the occasion.
Just another way of separating Wayne from the
99.
Group A champion. You think about that stat I gave you in the previous leg. Wayne is averaging 3 180s a day. Tom Sykes was averaging 2.3 180s a game.
44.
A little bit different.
Yeah, very much so.
I know that's just one type of scoring, but
60.
the amount of big scoring that Sykes gave us in the first 3 days, he deserved every single one of those 26 points. We
45.
are yet to have a rematch from Group A. But we will get one next as Crabtree takes on Barstow.
44.
And Wayne will have a crack at the other 2 Group A graduates a little bit later on. He's got a crack at Crabtree in Game 11. and he will take on Chaz Barstow in game 13.
73.
Yeah, real frustrated release there from Wayne Jones. Did find the treble, but had to switch to the 19s.
At which point do we have to, hand on heart, say that all the players are struggling today?
100.
Yeah, I mean, it is maintained around kind of 75 has been around the lowest. We have seen that 90 from Gary Stone, but I guess we gave it a billing based on what we've seen previously.
100.
Just taking a while to just warm up. I mean, there's a lot on. There is a lot at stake, and Group C, as we've said before, is notoriously quite difficult because it's 2 out of 6 that go through, and I guess no one wants to make a mistake.
Yep, I think you're right. That 90.29 average from Gary Stone in the first game is the biggest one we've seen so far.
85.
But it may
Johnny
be troubled
24.
by the fact that O'Shea is starting to improve. That'll do
On the fourth
for
leg.
3-1.
John O'Shea.
At the end of Thursday's Group C action last week, we'd had 60
Fifth leg,
games.
it's Wayne to throw first.
40 of them
Game on.
were of a 90 average or more to win them. That's why we talked about Week 12 being so impressive.
Yeah, I was here for the first couple of days, and
180.
me and Matt were saying that it was possibly one of the highest performing weeks that we'd ever seen.
96.
I think we all put pressure on the first 3 days as well to try and follow that. In some ways, it was better.
85.
But I still think the Group C is the hardest to get out of all week long.
100.
Seems to be figuring out that first start a little bit better now.
Yeah, just a bit more rhythm, a bit more pace.
Have you noticed also that Wayne Jones's flights almost remind you of a Johnny Clayton dart shirt?
100.
I hadn't noticed till that point, but yeah, I have to agree.
Maybe he's a Ferret fan.
Who isn't a Ferret fan?
100.
Correct.
Wayne, you require 136.
Stay there for another. Ouch.
80.
Did he think the 60 was in?
Yeah, unsure, because last time, in fairness, when he had that shot, went for a single 20 to leave 36.
137. Wayne, you require 56.
Wayne, you require 56. Double 10. He's flummoxed
46.
himself.
John, you require 68.
Now John O'Shea can really make him pay. Double 16.
36.
He's had a chance
Wayne,
to
you
put Wayne
require
away
10.
at a distance as well to get some of that leg difference back from the first round match.
And how many times when you do make a mistake, it can really flummox you.
8.
It seems to have done
John, you
that for
require
Wayne.
32.
3 darts clean at 32 is a very good position. But can he find it? It's going to have to be a bend it like John O'Shea dart.
No score.
Look at the angle that went in at.
Wayne, you require
Almost
2.
went in sideways.
So once again, more chances here for Wayne Jones, but
Game
and he
shot on the
does
fifth
find it.
leg.
Maybe
Wayne Jones.
in homage to the Ferret, as we were discussing yesterday. Favourite double one. Maybe the flights are.
Sixth leg, it's
having a
John
good
to throw
effect.
first. Game on.
I wouldn't want to go up to Wayne right now and say, keep leaving double 1.
All I'd want to say is when you leave it, hit it. Because again, it has been a bit of a sticking problem.
42.
Had 10 opportunities, taken the 2. It's better.
They've both had 10 opportunities in this game. So you could say it, if you're being very simplistic, that
100.
they are separated by 1 dart. I suppose technically they are. But it's not that simple.
44.
John O'Shea, after he was done in week number 12, went up to Wigan to visit some friends up there when they were playing on the Pro Tour, the likes of Alan Suter and Josh Rock and some others.
180.
He's got friends everywhere he goes. Apart from the Batcave. If he went in there, he might be in trouble.
93.
Yeah, we do perhaps need another dart player out there with the nickname the Batman.
Yeah, David Copley's called the Dart Knight.
105.
Haven't seen David in a while. It was his birthday this week. I wonder what he's doing. Yeah, we don't have any dart players nicknamed Batman. But how would you get that nickname?
96. Wayne, you require 160.
We've got a Superman. I think he's playing at the World Seniors this afternoon against Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Yeah, we've got an Iron Man.
60.
Might see Kevin Burness here this year. Had a wonderful time of it when he joined us in the Southampton studio. There you go. Why so serious, John?
180. Wayne, you require 56.
It's just an acknowledgement there from John. He knew it was going to go. And this is not a given for Wayne Jones.
38.
Correct.
John, you require 46.
Now it's serious. Different play. Different
Game,
results.
shot, and the match.
John O'Shea gets his Group C campaign up and running. After losing in round 1 by 4 legs to 3, he has won by 4 legs to 2 in round 2. So he does join the likes of Stone, Harrington and Crabtree on 2 points. And Wayne Jones is left at the basement of the table thanks to lots of missed darts at double today. That must not continue if he stands a chance of making the top 2. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's our first meeting of 2 players who are coming in here from Group A. It will be Crabtree and Barstow.
Hello, very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we expected it to be a really tight group, and that is exactly what we've seen in terms of proceedings. Right, let's show you what we have seen on day 4's worth of action. And as you can see, well, there's a bit of a mix and match. Only Chaz Barstow has picked up maximum points so far. Big John O'Shea 4-3 in the last leg decider, then beating Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2. O'Shea got his first win before the break against Wayne Jones by 4 legs to 2, so he's the only player, Jones, without a win to his name. The rest of the field have picked up a solitary victory from 2 matches, so that's what we've seen so far. And we're going to see the 100% man in action in our next match. We're going to be watching Chaz Barstow in action now. Now, he takes on Cam Crabtree, who lost that first game against Gary Stone. It was ultra impressive, Gary Stone, towards the latter half of that match. He completed the last 2 legs in 21 darts, a 10 followed by an 11. So Cam in good form and is hoping to fly his way up the table up against Barstow, who's been barnstorming as far as Thursday is concerned here at the Super Series. Right, it's our 7th game of the day, and it should be an intriguing one to boot. And watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Laura Tan.
It's 3-0 so far this week to Chaz Barstow against Cam Crabtree. But that doesn't matter anymore. Does it? Does it? Well, we'll find out, won't we? Because this is another game of best of 7 darts into round 3. Does Chaz have a mental edge over Shazam? We're about to find out. But this is a different
First
group.
leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
And this young man has the darts this time. Does it make any difference, Laura?
I think it can do, actually, especially when you've done it
100.
over a short space of time. We often talk about head-to-heads, but sometimes you can go back 10 years for head-to-head records. They so much don't count. But when it's this week,
59.
it can go one of 2 ways. You could be Chaz Barstow and think one of 2. You could either think, well, I've kind of got his number. I know how to beat him, and I keep beating him.
140.
But if you can, you think, I know I can do this. I'm going to get the better of him. And it sometimes can drive you and push you to play that little bit better.
140.
I think it very much depends on the 2 people. And this is something that isn't really spoken about when it comes to head-to-head records.
44.
These guys share the same practice room all week. Does Chaz strike you as the kind of person who's going to rub it in every day? Oh, I beat you again today, and the day after, and the day after.
174.
No, he's not like that. However, if I may use a very honest example, if Chaz Barstow was Alex Roy,
Chaz require 128.
he'd know about it.
I've seen Chaz before. Won't do it again. Yeah, I have to agree. I think there are certain players that just know how to play the game, the mind games away from the actual hockey.
48 bull, doesn't like the lie. Go 48 bull, Cam. Bull. Almost
80.
brilliant.
Chaz require 40.
That would be a very bad name for a movie. Now, is that a good lie?
Game
Oh,
shot
it
the
was.
first
Look at
leg.
that.
Chaz Barstow.
In off the post. And Barstow is on his road to another victory here.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
Because that
Game
break
on.
could be very valuable. Who would rub it in on the women's circuit then? Because I've got experience
100.
from being surrounded by some very loquacious individuals. On the ladies' tour, whether it be
58.
PDC Women's Series or WDF around the world, who's the kind of player that would rub it in?
I don't know. Maybe it's
22.
different on the women's tour. It's not something we tend to do. We may have a conversation afterwards. I've had a few conversations where they go, "Oh, you finally beat me then," and it's
99.
like, "Oh yeah, thanks for that." So it's obviously something that they think about, but it's not something where I think any of the women either feel the need or they have the confidence to kind of say anything beforehand.
180.
I know that wouldn't be something I could say because I don't know. I'm kind of a bit superstitious, and I was bound to lose it
94.
before I even got up there because I wouldn't feel comfortable saying anything.
Yeah, I was quite quiet in the lead up to matches. I was never someone to go up to a player and say,
55.
"You're never going to beat me," with the exception of one time when I had One of my
60.
few
Charge
minor
required
disagreements with Adrian Lewis
144.
after a World Cup match. We just weren't getting along for about 5 minutes, and I said, "You're never going to beat me on TV." And he didn't.
Game
Oh,
shot the second
Chaz
leg.
with a haymaker
Chaz
there.
Barstow.
And a second consecutive 15-darter. Maybe he just likes playing against Crabtree. Maybe it's as simple as
Third
that.
leg, it's Cam to throw
But
first.
we did draw those
Game
parallels
on.
because every time Crabtree played Bolton, played one of his best games of the day over the week.
58.
I was looking at X this morning, and Adrian Lewis actually was at Stoke City last night enjoying the football. I do believe they got a win as well.
58.
Are you a follower of the football?
Yes, but I'm in Portsmouth and I can't really say out loud what my
Oh.
team.
58.
Say no more. Say no more. Doing all right, though.
Yeah, very good, very good.
How does it feel being in enemy
58.
territory?
Yeah, it's a bit different to when I was younger because it really was enemy territory 20, 30 years ago.
It's a bit like me commentating on NFL
59.
in Baltimore. I would hate to do that. Or football in Sunderland. Less said about that, the better.
81.
Seems a bit more free-flowing at the minute, Chaz. Earlier in the day, they were spraying a little bit left and right, but now he
59.
seems to have figured out the line. Now it's all about getting that weight of dart perfect. It just looks really, really good at the minute.
140.
And the average tells a story. It's mid-90s, which is something we haven't had today.
Yeah, marked improvement. I am a bit of a believer that when you start getting those wins under your belt, especially if they haven't been
97.
100%
Charge
comfortable,
required 164.
quite close in the opener against O'Shea, that just breeds confidence.
Don't forget as well, the pressure is on everybody in this group.
92.
none of them
Cam
have ever
required
made a Champions Night.
170.
2 of them will. Bullseye for Cam.
Game
First
shot
big
the
fish
third
of the
leg.
week.
Cam Crabtree.
He's almost embarrassed to hit that. Why?
Fourth leg, it's Chaz
We
to
have
throw
seen
first.
that kind of
Game
reaction
on.
from Cam a few times. He's a bit like, where's it come from? Cam, we know you can do it, mate.
Shouldn't call him Shazam, just call him Flashy.
86.
Another superhero we haven't mentioned. Flash.
Ah.
85.
One of my favourite actors ever in the world. Brian Blessed. I've even been to the theatre to see him sit there in a chair and talk. I just listened to him for hours. It's so funny.
I think he would like
40.
this.
Would you? Oh,
Can you imagine him commentating on this?
not commentating. Let's get him on the refereeing duty. That would be the biggest 180 bellow of our
140.
lives.
I need to hear that. Somebody make it happen. If you know Brian, tell him to give us a 180 on
140.
any sort of social media, and we will get it out there. That would be something else. He played a great character in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
97.
He was Loxley's father, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, I can picture him. To me, it's always
65.
in Flash Gordon.
Yeah, he had some great lines in Prince of Thieves. The king shall hear of this.
95. Charge to require 170.
Touche. Touche. Oh, he almost did it.
145. Cam you require
That would have been something
84.
else. 14 for the bull again.
39.
Not this time.
Charge to require 25.
Chaz is going to go 5 double 10.
Game
Wonderful.
shot on the fourth leg.
Great riposte
Chaz
after being
Barstow.
hit with the biggest fish out there.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw
Yeah,
first.
Barstow unlucky
Game
not to
on.
hit one himself. But ultimately, didn't cost.
Could get to 6 points after this game, Barstow.
134.
And he has a little gap between this game and his next, which is against Ryan Harrington.
121.
Can't really, points-wise, get a better start than what you're seeing from Barstow. If he does bank the 6 points from
57.
6, it puts him into a nice, comfortable position where he can really open his shoulders before the end of the day.
60.
And that's where Chaz can be really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and already
45.
got the group favourite out of the way. Has already played Gary Stone, beat him 4-2.
100.
Only a ton, but that's okay. He's only 3 darts away from a match dart.
95.
Well, Cam's left something rather familiar. 3 legs in a row it's been left. I remember a game in the very, very early days
140. Cam, you require
of this project
170.
when we were playing from home, and Diogo Portela took out 2 of these in a game against Martin Adams. Could it happen again?
127.
What is it about the 170s in this game?
Require 80.
2 have been missed, 1's been hit. Barstow needs tops for the match.
40.
That pesky dart in the way.
Cam, you require 43.
Yeah, it was, but really opens up an opportunity once again for Cam, who himself needs tops,
Ainge on the
and he
fifth
does
leg.
find the target.
Cam Crabtree.
So who's going to do the 170 this time?
Well, if we like repeating
Sixth leg, it's
patterns, it
Chaz
should
to
be
throw
Chaz,
first.
really.
Game on.
Would be a wonderful way to see out the match.
He did get 3 of them last week, and 2 of them came from Sebastian Białecki.
57.
Yeah, I remember the first one of the opening day in Group A. Very last match, very last shot.
95.
Didn't think he was going to go for it, didn't have to, but executed perfectly.
Yeah, that guy knows a thing or two about a crescendo. Finishing a match with a 9 in
140.
the previous series, and finishing a match in this series with a 170. What's his next mission going to be?
97.
He's going to have to get them both in the same leg, or
We're not asking much of him
58.
then.
no, not at all.
We're asking plenty of Cam here, who needs another 60 to leave 170.
139.
Really? Hit 1, miss 1. Hit 1,
60. Cam, you require 170.
hit 1. Where's the smile?
105.
There's no smile at the minute. He's too focused. I like it.
Yeah, I said it before. I just think body language-wise, he just seems in a much better place. Cam Crabtree.
81. Cam, you require 65.
Just don't hit the bull. Well, that's okay. 47. Gives you options. Double 16.
Game
We're
shot
going the
sixth
distance
leg.
in
Cam
what can only be
Crabtree.
described as the best game of the day so far, overall. We've had 2 massive finishes in this game, and that 144 for Barstow feels like a
7th
lifetime
final
ago.
leg. It's Cam to throw first.
We've seen
Game on.
3 170 tries since then.
Yeah, almost the polar opposite of what we were getting from the pair yesterday, because they were the ones involved in
59.
the match, which, well, countless number of darts missed, but the result will end up the same. Yesterday, the 4-3 went with the darts, went the way of Barstow. How important are the darts going to be for Cam Crabtree?
100. $56.
That's the dart that Chaz is looking for. Look what he does with it. Look what he does with it.
180.
180s have not been a problem today for Chaz.
58.
He's got one, if not more, in every match he's played. You don't get his reputation for maximum hitting and not turn up.
41.
Oh, sorry, turn up and not get 180s. But my advice to you, Chaz, is don't get one now.
100.
Shouldn't be the first time we've seen it bust. Dirk van Dijvenbode famously.
Yeah, that one set him back a couple of years in his career.
45.
And that invites Crabtree back into this leg for me.
It's got to be 58.
Oh, he was risking it.
60.
I can
Judge
understand why he
required
did it,
135.
but he missed his own guide, and by virtue of that miss on the gamble, it means that Barstow's got 6.
45.
However, has he just seen a bit of fortune go his way? If he'd have left 170, he would have had another shot at the bull.
136. Judge required 90.
He's thinking to himself, silly boy. Is the game going to be won on the bull? Oh, and this time the slip comes from Chaz.
Yeah, it was really in a commanding position in this leg. Just let it
50.
drift away.
Cam, you required 32.
One more ghost throw. One more dart at double. And a
Game,
win for
shots,
Crabtree.
And the match, Cam Crabtree.
That was a very, very up and down game. It might take Cam Crabtree a few to get over that one. The good thing is he's got 3 games off to absorb it. That's what you saw, a very fair contest between 2 players who have fought each other very valiantly over the last 4 days. So it's 3-1 in the head-to-head going into Friday. We will talk more about that fixture when we come back tomorrow. But after the break, it's going to be Harrington up against O'Shea in the middle match of today's Group C session.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. You're watching Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, and we've just seen some real drama before the break. Cam Crabtree coming back from 3-1 behind to get the better of Chaz Barstow in a last leg decider. A game which may as well have just been a bit of a fish off, shouldn't it? Crabtree hitting the 170. There was another couple of attempts at it in that match, but it is CC who gets the W. Next up for us, it's a battle of O'Shea and Harrington in this one. Ryan up against John. And I feel like it's a nice little time to enter a little bit of a segue, because Ryan's dad, Rod, was one of the most famous commentators in PDC World Championship history, whilst John's namesake, Tony, is actually commentating on the World Seniors today.
First
on the
leg,
mic
it's Ryan
for this
to throw
one is Paul
first.
Nicholson
Game
and Laura
on.
Turner.
Not only that, but two players that have both been to a world final. Tony multiple times. Ryan's dad in the mid-90s.
45.
As far as the Group C table is concerned, things are very, very tight.
59.
That previous result was actually a really good result for Wayne Jones, because he's not off the mark yet, and he has a crack at Gary Stone in Game 9 after this.
86.
But the fact that Barstow has been restricted to 4 points from 3 games now means that he's still only 4 points behind the
30.
top 2, not 6 points behind the top spot. That actually was a really good result for the chasing pack.
96. 96.
Not sure Harrington was too impressed with his performance against Cam Crabtree in Game 4. Averaged only 80.
134.
Only got 2 darts a double. Needless to say, things are going to have to change against O'Shea in this one.
140.
Yeah, I
Ryan
agree.
Mackay, 140.
Although he did win that opener against Jones, it was a 75. So just in terms of performance, you feel Harrington's going to have to up the level.
How does he hit this 60?
60.
I think he may have just accepted that he wasn't going to find it.
60. Ryan, you require 80.
Needs it again. Now needs a 25. Can't get either, giving the Joker a chance to open his box of tricks.
24. John, you require 116.
Can he get past it? Yes, he can.
82.
Wrong door.
Ryan, you require 56.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen him go into the wrong bed. For Harrington, just makes the 16, but leaves tops. And
Game shot on the first
finds
leg.
tops.
Ryan Harrington.
sometimes you find that when that first shot doesn't go exactly where you think it's going to go,
Second leg, it's John to throw
can
first.
throw you, but
Game on.
didn't throw Ryan there.
His conversion rate on doubles today is not bad. 6 out of 14. That is,
137.
in fact, more than fine. But he must up the amount of attempts, in my opinion. He must get more chances.
140.
Yeah, there comes a point, doesn't there, where you can't really be reliant on your opponent missing. You have to craft out those opportunities yourself.
134.
You noticed, Laura, at the start of this match that John O'Shea is using a new flight and stem combination here. Do we assume,
100.
because we don't have access to the players in between matches, they have their own practice room and their own preparation area? Is he still trying to find that magical ingredient to go with those
50.
barrels that don't seem to change?
Yeah, it just tells me he's obviously not happy with what he's done so far, despite having that 4-2 win over Jones. Obviously not comfortable with the setup.
140.
To me, they're landing maybe slightly flatter than what I've seen.
They are a slightly smaller flight to the ones he used previously today, which means they will travel
55.
faster.
Ryan, you require 121.
51 for Bull.
$57.
Still
John,
don't
you
know who's going
require
to win this group or indeed
125.
get second spot. It's a bit of a crapshoot. And I don't even know how to play craps.
No, it's one of those tables in a casino that I just wander by, have a
47.
look and think,
Ryan,
nah,
you require 64.
looks too complicated for me.
I've asked many players on the darts tour, do you know how to play craps? Yes. Can you teach me? Well, it'll take a while. Man, we'll not bother then.
44.
Although,
John,
as
you
we've mentioned
require
before, Aaron
78.
did go to Vegas and apparently did learn it. I'm not sure how long that took, but I don't want to know.
Sometimes best not to ask. Double top.
Game
Ooh,
shot
a
on the
nice
second
assist
leg.
from the previous
John
dart.
O'Shea.
It moved for him. Maybe because of dart 3, but it is 1-1 now.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times, haven't we, with O'Shea? Has that tendency, the dart is going low, so perhaps the equipment
60.
changes, maybe trying to just address that.
That's a good observation, actually. Because with these flights travelling quicker, it might eliminate that low first start.
140.
Even though he has got a win today already. Winning 4-2 against Jones.
54.
He knows that averaging around 87 is probably not going to get him through this group. Or will it?
119.
If you asked me before the day started, I'd have said almost certainly no. But not one player has really found that top gear yet. I wouldn't say they've even found their second
40.
gear, some of them.
Very fair. If we were to waltz into that practice room right now and say those words, I don't think anybody would rebuff it.
100.
The norm on 142 has now become 2 treble 17s and double top.
180. John, you require
Brendan's done
142.
brilliantly to leave a finish there, but create your own script, John.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
yeah, that's
third leg.
beautiful.
John O'Shea.
A wonderful checkout. Ryan does everything he can to leave a finish, but
Fourth
it
leg,
meant
it's John to throw
nothing
first.
in the end.
Game on.
Yeah, well, anyone that knows John O'Shea, well, John O'Shea does what John O'Shea wants to do.
He says it better than anybody.
85.
I want to get him to say that on camera this week because that's his line. Get it printed on your shirt, John. Say it in the tone of a joker.
140.
Yeah, really menacingly. No, I like it the way that John says it, if I'm honest.
I can imagine Heath Ledger saying that.
140.
You know how smart devices work these days? We've been talking so much
46.
about the Joker for the last 7 days that my YouTube Shorts feed is littered with shorts of Heath Ledger, Joaquin Phoenix, Jack Nicholson,
96.
and Jared Leto.
I don't want to know what our mine is because it could be anything from bobbleheads to nursery rhymes or fairy tales.
70.
I definitely have a John O'Shea bobblehead. That would take pride of place in my collection if someone was to start one.
60.
Yeah, someone needs to start that. They really do.
The
60.
only
John,
thing
you
people
require
really collecting
120.
in darts are mint in box sets of darts and shirts.
60.
Yeah, I've had a few requests for flights and things before. All the equipment. And it's strange. Some people like that, the mint sets, and some people really do like them when they've been obviously worn in and used and featured in
54.
an important
John, you
match.
require 60.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Nothing
fourth
wrong with his
leg.
doubling.
John O'Shea.
3 out of 4. Maybe these flights are giving him something
Fifth leg,
extra.
it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I wouldn't necessarily say he's introducing chaos into this game. However, we are going to introduce chaos
140.
later. Because Reece Colley's back. That's the kind of game I can get my teeth into. John
60.
O'Shea versus Reece Colley. It's chaos everywhere.
Absolutely. Well, the only way we will see that if they both get through their groups.
Could even be the
100.
final. We just don't know. I don't currently own Biff Tannen's Sports Almanac from Back to the Future. But if I did,
100.
I would turn to a page and the result would be there. But that would take away the excitement of live sport.
Yeah, definitely.
42.
Have you ever watched a documentary with someone and they turn to you and say, "Oh, I know what's going to happen"?
I've had that on several occasions, especially films.
100.
Someone ruined the Sixth Sense. They ruined that before.
Someone ruined the Sixth Sense for you.
Yeah.
Shame. The shame.
97.
We can't ruin this because we haven't got a clue what's going to happen. That's what's great about live sport.
55. Ryan, you require 122.
2 routes here. He's just checking John O'Shea's position. And that's why he's gone 60s.
90.
That's okay. Could have also used the bullseye or even gone the 18s route with a layup. Had he got 4 18s.
42. Ryan, you require 32.
Just get rid of it, Ryan.
Game
Well
shot
done.
the fifth leg.
Because
Ryan
John
Harrington.
is 3 from 4 on doubles and he's already hit that 1-4-2, so best to not let him have a shot at
Sixth
it.
leg. It's John to throw first. Game
No,
on.
that kind of harks to what you say when Ryan's getting an opportunity at a double. He's 2 from 3 himself, and he is finding it, but just needs to keep up with the
100.
scoring power here of John O'Shea.
I do wonder about some of the decisions that dart players make, you know. You might think that him going that 60 route on
96.
122 is a 50-50 call. I actually don't mind it whatsoever. But what really piques my interest with Ryan is
87.
why, and this has happened for years, why is he always wearing aqua blue?
I think that's
That colour's on his flights, it's on his case, it's on his
45.
shirt. It might be something as simple as it's his favourite colour.
it used to be the colour of Essex County.
180.
Essex, they were always that kind of pale blue, but
Never saw his dad in that colour. He was always wearing
134. John, you require
tie,
134.
waistcoat.
94.
Ryan might be wearing a loss. John has found just a little bit more in this game. And if he finds tops with his next dart, I will be shocked if he
30.
doesn't use these flights
John,
in
you
his
require
next match,
40.
which is against Gary Stone.
Game, shot.
He's found
and the
something
match.
all right.
John O'Shea.
An average in excess of 91 for the former world master. And the most impressive thing about that performance was the doubling. 4 out of 5. That's the best we've seen today from anybody. And maybe John O'Shea has found something at the bottom of his bag of tricks. When we come back, it will be the end of round 3. And it's going to be Jones up against Gary Stone, who needs to find something himself.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw John O'Shea with a real good performance getting the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 2. And now enter the fray, Wayne Jones looking to get on the board for the day following defeats to Ryan Harrington and John O'Shea. He's looking to get his first victory against Gary Stone, who is put in the best spell of the day, 21 darts to get the better of Cam Crabtree, but then lost out to Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2 in his last match. It's the final game of round 3, and watching this one in the commentary box, Laura Turner is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Laura and I have just been chatting off the air, and it seems to me as if Gary Stone does have a nickname. What is it, Laura?
Well, according to a couple of sources, obviously haven't clarified this with Gary Stone, but it looks like the traditional just put a Y on the end of your surname, so he's Stoney.
Come on, Gary. You know you can do better than that.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
It could at least be Stone Cold.
Oh, yeah. I'm so on board with that. Stone Cold Gary Stone. That rolls off the tongue lovely. Does remind me of something.
55.
There was a thing about 30 years ago, I think, where someone was doing a skit of a fictitious Scottish town called Stony
100.
Bridge. And they wanted to ramp up some tourism. And their little advert for Stony Bridge went a bit like this.
140.
Come to Stony Bridge. What's here? We've got a Stony Bridge. Have you got a bridge, Gary? Because that means that Stony would have a bridge.
100.
Yeah, another one, not quite sure where to go to, but I'm not sure as marketing campaigns go, that would be one that I would really be endorsing.
Well, it's been a little bit
83.
suspect today, his marketing campaign, Gary. He looks like he plays for France in 1998. And his nickname needs a bit of work. His game
60.
needs a little tweaking. If he can just find a bit of consistency, maybe he can pull away from this field,
125.
because he's got 2 points in the bank via that brilliant finish in game 1. And he's only 2 points behind everybody at the top. This is a group that is about as tight as 2 coats of paint.
Gary requiring 98.
Double 19, if he so wishes. That
Game
might
shot on
just
the
be
first
something that
leg.
he can grasp
Gary
to.
Stone.
Getting rid of a leg at the first attempt has been a problem today.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw
Yeah,
first.
it's just a
Game on.
nice 15 dart holder throw. And I have to agree with you. I think what he may be seeing is John O'Shea now just picked up that standard. He's obviously seen Chance Barstow, Cam Crabtree register a couple of wins
100.
themselves as well. And you don't want to be cut adrift. You've only got a couple of days. You haven't got the luxury of 3 days as you have in Group 8.
I can't imagine anything worse than being
100.
cut adrift. Not only am I not a very good swimmer, but I can't think of anything worse than being Wilson the football in the film Castaway, where you just haven't got a clue where you're going.
45.
Unbelievably one of the weirdest but most upsetting moments in TV history. That
Oh, it's got levels.
actually crying over the fact
140.
that he loses Wilson at sea.
I had a fish until recently called Wilson. Didn't lose him,
100.
but he did pass away. Said about as much as the ball.
140.
Gary Stone is starting to speak a bit louder with his game. You know that phrase, let my darts do the talking? I can almost hear them, Gary.
84.
Let them keep
Gary
talking if this is what you're going to let them say.
121.
That's okay. You can just polish it up and
81.
leave it for next time.
Yeah, well, you said it before, didn't you? If you're going to lose 1 or 2 early on.
100.
This is a
Gary
great-
required 40.
Another great leg here from Gary Stone. If he can finish tops,
Dragged that one low and left.
Game shot on the second
Dragged
leg.
that one in.
Gary Stone.
14 darter on top of the 15. It's looking pretty good at this stage.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Seems to be in a pretty
Game
good
on.
place in this third game of his day. Whereas Wayne, if he loses from this position, will be the only person without points going into round 4.
55.
And he will have lost 3, which means he has to win the rest to get through the group, probably. He might have the luxury of losing 1 more if he's fortunate.
137.
Yeah, but already you're talking about other people's results and hoping that they go your way. You just want to make sure.
140.
It's driving me mad for years, you know, but Gary Stone reminds me of somebody. I'm going to have to figure it out.
85.
It might just be his glasses that remind me of someone.
39.
Maybe it's Gary?
Do you have those people? Just maybe a familiar face. Or maybe he hears a spit of someone.
60.
Something a bit Simon Pegg about him, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. He's done some pretty good stuff with zombies and aliens
44.
and impossible missions.
He also played Montgomery Scott in Star Trek.
You're a Trekkie, aren't you?
I'm a bit, aren't I?
Things you didn't know about Laura Turner, everyone.
99.
There's all sorts of hand signals going on in the commentary box at the minute, and I'm getting them wrong.
But live long and
59.
prosper.
Wayne, you require 120.
And this one is Nanu Nanu.
I think I went Nanu Nanu, yeah. I went Robin Williams on it for Morgan Mindy, which is Cockney rhyme and slang for windy. It is a bit mork today.
60. Gary, you require 164.
I think we're really showing our age there with the Morgan Mindy reference.
Oh, Gary was dreaming of a 164 there. He really wanted a crack at the bull. 78 leaves 88.
92.
I think that
Wayne, you
pause
require
there is so
60.
much so how much he thought that was going in that he had to stop and kind of work out actually what was left because he was positive it was going in the treble.
Is this going into tens?
Game shot on
It
the
is.
third leg. Wayne Jones.
Somewhat ironic, that celebration from Wayne, because he knows he struggled on the outer ring today at times.
Fourth leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you what Gary's logo on the back of his shirt there reminds me of. It reminds me of Get Him Price's logo.
Yeah, it does a bit.
$85.
And really, I'm going to show my age now, you know. Do you remember that show from the 70s called Are You Being Served?
58.
I do.
When certain characters were wearing glasses in that series, that's what Gary Stone's reminded me of. Characters like Mr. Rumbold and Mr. Granger and Captain Peacock.
100.
It's one thing I never got about that show. Why was somebody who works in a menswear department called Captain? Was there a
96.
ranking order in a department store?
Yeah, perhaps not. That's probably a bit of a throwback, possibly. It was quite close to after the Second World War.
It's a bit like being ranked as someone who's a lifeguard in Baywatch.
140.
How can you militarise the lifeguards? People were lieutenant. Oh, anyway, things that
58.
didn't make sense. This is why I like darts, you see. It's so down the line, it all makes sense.
But it does until it doesn't, let's be honest.
140.
That made sense. Oh, Gary can't let this one slip, can he? He threw 29 darts for the first two legs.
41. Wayne, you require
Is that going to be the
36.
tail of his tape this week where he can put two legs together but he can't manage to put 3 or 4 together?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Wayne Jones
Wayne
has
Jones.
got himself off the canvas here with that 13 darter and he's level.
Yeah, once again,
Fifth leg, it's
not
Gary
exactly
to
the
throw
most positive of
first.
celebrations there from
Game
Wayne
on.
Jones with another wow as it hits the target.
Silly question to you, Laura, but obviously Star Trek was your favourite show growing up. Was it?
One of them. I wouldn't actually say it was my
95.
favourite growing up. It's something I've enjoyed more. I was older. It's something that was forced upon me when I was growing up. Back when there was 4, eventually 5 channels. Yeah, it was just what my dad wanted on the telly. No one else really had a look in. To be
45.
fair, if you go around my parents' house, you still don't have a look in.
And was Bullseye part of your routine as a youngster?
Yep, Sunday
96.
afternoons.
I both loved Bullseye and hated it. One, because it was Bullseye. Secondly, because it was the show I'd watch before I went to bed on a Sunday. And the next day was a school day.
Has
85.
that negative thought process
Yeah.
involved
It's
in
like
it.
Peter Kay said about Heartbeat. He loved Heartbeat, but having said that, it was bath time when it came to Heartbeat on a Sunday, so you knew you were
78.
going to school the next day. Nowadays, you don't have to wait for darts. Darts is everywhere, which is a great thing. I can watch different talents via different means.
60.
There can't be many dart players who are still around who have played on Bullseye. Kevin Painter has
98.
won the Bronze Bully.
Are you in the professionals?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know a few contestants that are still throwing the arrows.
Did they win?
None of them that I can recall. Or perhaps one. I'm not sure if she did.
140. Gary
did play for many years for paper. Sorry,
134.
Anne Llewellyn.
That's a nice dart. Don't go for 2 double tops. Go for 2 single 20s like that.
94.
Very wise, Gary.
It's tentatively thrown.
Yeah, just feathered it. The good news is, when we get to the end of this week,
41.
nobody
Gary
has to split a
required
kitchen in
40.
half. Or a speedboat. Or a caravan. And
Game
Gary
shot
Stone
on
has
the
not
fifth
cut double
leg.
10 in half.
Gary Stone.
Because he's 3-2 up.
I've got a feeling when Anne won, she won a car.
Did she have to cut it in half?
Sixth leg, it's
Probably,
Wayne
yes.
to throw first. Game on.
I'll keep the chassis, you can have the engine. Legendary prizes.
I'll have to show you later, but there is a video of one of
60.
the worst bullseye prizes I've ever seen. It was like some scary looking stuffed cat. It was the weirdest thing.
What was it, a doorstop or something?
I have no idea. I think you
55.
won't be able to hear the description because all you can hear is us laughing uncontrollably after we've watched it about 4 times in a row.
It does make you wonder if Bullseye's making a comeback, which has been rumoured, what the prizes could possibly be.
But I'd be really
60.
I'd be pleased with the contestants, but I'd be disappointed if there wasn't a tea caddy.
Or a lawnmower.
A set of matching cutlery
180.
plates.
I don't know. It's one thing you don't know about me, Laura. I'm a big fan of kitchen implementation.
Yeah, I know, but you know what they'll be like.
60.
I wouldn't want them to be fancy. Like they've just been handed out from Louis XVI. But not of the same material.
96.
The only thing we deal in here is tungsten. The only person who's been changing his tungsten today, or should I say the stuff that is
85.
screwed into the
Gary
tungsten, is John
required
O'Shea.
170.
We're not going to get another 170 checkout from Gary. And Cam
96.
Crabtree will remain as the only person who has hit one this week. But if Stone walks away with 4 points from a possible 6, having not played 3 complete games to his liking yet,
100.
he can
Gary
count himself
requires 74.
in position with maybe his best darts ahead of him. Bull.
35.
3 darts. Did
Wayne
he want to
requires
toss in Loch Ness?
136.
Yeah,
He
Gary.
hated them all.
I was going to say he's not happy with the way things are going, and massive chance here for Wayne Jones if he can find another one of those, which he does need. Double 8.
Game shot on the
Well, at
sixth
least this time he
leg.
did need double
Wayne
8.
Jones.
The last time he wanted 136, he thought he'd had the treble 2 2 treble 20s. I can't even see it. But he hits it, and that's how Gary Stone rolls.
7th and final
It's
leg.
amazing how
It's
many
Gary
times
to
that
throw
happens him.
first.
This game's been weird.
Game on.
And they can be separated in average by 0.15.
But again, if you think of the way that Gary actually kicked off, I think the way he kicked off
60.
the match, it's just tailed off as the game's gone on.
Look at Gary in the background.
100.
Sometimes it's very, very difficult for him to take that smile off his face. But do yourself a favour, Gary. Make yourself smile even more.
180.
Yeah, he was very serious and very cross with himself after missing those chances to win 4-2. But a bit of a different version of Gary in the background at the moment.
You know John O'Shea's nicknamed the Joker? Well, the person who's acting like the Joker is Gary.
140.
He's both serious and laughing.
55.
It's a tough ask, but Wayne has 6 darts from 261 to get his first win of the day. If that is to be the case, or if Gary wins,
81.
everybody is still in this.
Yeah, and that is a well-placed first start from Gary, and unlucky just clattered into the other one. But
140.
yeah, very well timed 140.
Look on the bright side, Gary. Wayne's not going to take 180 out. Now that would be unlucky.
60.
Because as you
Gary
all know,
requires
that
66.
can't be done in this format. This can. Double top.
Game, shots.
That will
and the
make him
match.
smile.
Gary Stone.
He's won that one, and he does get the 2 wins from 3 games. Wayne Jones has not won in his first 3 games, meaning he is the only person who sits on 0 after 3 rounds of play. Gary Stone joins the party of O'Shea, Barstow and Crabtree, all on 4 points, and that is the end of round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're watching all of the action in the company of Laura Turner, who joins us now in the studio. Well, let's have a look at the results then from the first 3 rounds worth of matches. And well, it really is a mix and match as far as the league table is concerned. Well, no one's gone through the card. Chaz Barnes had the opportunity to do that. He actually found himself 3-1 up in that game against Karen Crabtree before losing out by 4 legs to 3, and before the break saw Gary Stone get his second 4-3 win against Wayne Jones. Well, we were here about a few hours ago, weren't we, Laura, talking about this group, and we thought this could be a real tight affair, and the game so far most certainly proved that way.
Yeah, very much so, isn't it? There's been no 4-0, just the 1-4-1. Every game has run quite closely as well, and the table just shows how tight things are.
We certainly have, and we've seen some moments of brilliance in amongst the mix as well. I mean, the standout of which was the Cam Crabtree 170. That game was floating with big fishes.
Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it? And we had chances for 2 more in the match as well. So yeah, I think that for me, the outstanding match, and it was one of those games that would have seen Chaz sit top of the table if he'd managed to win it. But for us, it keeps it very interesting. It's still very tight. There's still all to play for absolutely everybody.
One way or another, could we be looking back at that game at around about 6 o'clock tomorrow night thinking this could where it could turn in one favour or another?
Yeah, I think there's been a few chances like that. I mean, Gary Stone's wins, the 2 that he's got, he's only just edged over the line. They've both gone 4-3. So, yeah, to me, there's been a few legs and obviously ultimately results that people could look back on, and that could prove costly in the end.
Interesting, isn't it, with Gary Stone? Because in spells, he's been the best player today. He had those 21 darts to beat Cam, but then there's also been times where maybe a little bit of inconsistency crept into his game.
Yeah, 100%. It doesn't look completely settled. Definitely doesn't look particularly happy up there. Like you say, he had the 10 and 11 back-to-back at 3-2 down, to win the match. Kicked off really well again against Wayne Jones. Went out in 29 darts in the first 2, and again just couldn't actually back it up. Got there in the end, but it was tight. It was difficult. So I think Gary is just not going to be happy with the overall performance, but off the back of that, I think he will still be happy with having 4 points.
Well, let's have a look then at that all-important table then. 4 players on 4 points at the top of the pile. Now, interestingly, O'Shea and Crabtree are level on every single metric possible. The only reason why John O'Shea is in front of Cam Crabtree in that table is because over his 3 games, he's had a slightly higher average than Cam. That's how tight it is at the top of the table. It's not the first time we've actually said that this week.
No, very reminiscent, isn't it, of the battle for the top spot in Group A, but you see it's only 1 leg then separating the top 2 from 3rd place in the table, and then you've got Gary Stone on 4 points as well. So as I say, very, very tight at the top, but Ryan's got a win under his belt, and I think for Ryan perhaps it's just been the performance level hasn't quite been there. If he gets a chance at a double, he's taken it, but the problem has been just not having enough. And for Wayne, you've got to feel for him, because he has actually had quite a lot of chances at the outer ring and hasn't been able to convert. But for me, I just think there's going to be a few more twists as these groups progress.
Do you feel like players would be happy with 6 points after day? Well, not usually something we usually say about Group C, but this isn't a normal Group C.
It's not, is it? Because, I mean, this is Champions Week. Everyone knows that, everyone's a top player, but I also feel that none of them have quite hit that top flight. John O'Shea looks perhaps like he's playing himself into a very strong position. He seems to progress. That equipment change in the last match may be the key, not necessarily to the way he's playing, but the confidence that he's taking into the match. So, yeah, I think we've still got a long way to go, really, but I think if someone comes out of this 8 points, they will be over the moon, but 6 points is going to keep you at least well within the race.
If we keep you in the mix, and it feels like whoever's going to pick this cup up on Saturday is going to have to work for it. Now, there are a few handfuls of tickets available for the big occasion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on Saturday. We know that this cup is going to have a new name on it. Of course, Luke Littler now playing his trade in the PDC. Jim McEwen didn't qualify. Conan Whitehead didn't qualify. And Raymond Smith still the lineal champion. If you want to see darting history be made under the roof here of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth behind us, well, take a look at this. And there is a potential that we could be seeing plenty of legends underneath this route. We've got some good young players involved in this week's competition, and we've seen some stars also preeminate their way into the PDC, the likes of Owen Bates, who made it through to a Champions Week in 2023, doing his stuff on the PDC Pro Tour. Right, a few tickets available for Saturday, and every single Saturday. And if you haven't got the QR code facility, you can head over to dartshop.tv to get yourself here for a Saturday night at the Super Series. Well, Chaz Barstow's been here from pretty much Dart 1 in Southampton back in March
First
2021.
leg,
So he'd like to be able to
Game
get
on.
a Champions Week title under his belt. He takes on Ryan Harrington here. Laura Turner has joined Paul Nicholson.
You make a good point, Henry, because when you think about the amount of talent that we have allowed to
44.
play here, how many of them have won a series? None of them. Unless you go a little bit further east towards Kent.
180.
That's where Conan Whitehead's from. Now, is it about time that some of these players
99.
started to show us why they're here? We've seen glimpses of it from the likes of Stone and O'Shea.
95.
Barstow had a chance of 6 points from 6, but slipped up in his previous match to Crabtree. Will he get back on the horse,
97.
or is he going to be stuck in traffic?
Yeah, who knows? But as I was just saying to Henry there, I don't think any of them have really hit their stride as yet. And
83.
if one player, potentially two players, can do that, they do have the opportunity here to kind of run away with it, like we saw in Group A, but no one's showing signs of it yet.
85.
Still
Ryan, you
very
require
competitive because they're playing at
143.
a similar level.
Ryan seems to have figured out the first dart, especially in this first leg. It's been glorious.
69.
Every now and again, when that happens, it just annoys you. It goes from being a potentially brilliant visit to one that you want to forget.
80. Ryan, you require 74.
Still got a lot of work to do. That's a lovely single. Doesn't have to move for tops now.
34. Chaz, you require 96.
Now, and if this goes, it very much goes back to what you were saying. That previous visit from Ryan possibly could have made something more of it. And there's the first, needs the double.
Double 9.
87.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Ryan, you require 40.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a feature of the day.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that's been a feature
Ryan
of the day
Harrington.
for Ryan Harrington. Give him a chance at the double, and he does convert within a couple of throws.
Thirsty work, darts.
Second leg, it's Ryan
I've
to
seen
throw
some
first.
players over the last week
Game on.
using up all of their water in the first couple of legs. You ever noticed how much Rob Cross drinks on the stage?
It's almost like some players use it as a
135.
almost like as a nervous thing that you kind of go up there and you settle yourself down. You get into that kind of routine. It's like a distraction from what's actually happening in front of you.
40.
It's really good for clarity of thought, but there is a tipping point if you're up there for a long match. The last thing you need is to go tinkle.
Yeah, live waterboarding, it feels like, doesn't it? It's just far too much that you
60.
just bloat straight out.
I thought you were talking about the stuff the CIA used to do.
Oh, no, not quite.
100.
You will tell us how to hit a 170 finish.
Yeah. How do you win these games?
I don't know.
83.
Winning games is not easy. That's for sure. And sometimes it can be quite torturous to try and get there. But
100.
you live for the times where it's simple, where you can just get it done with no fuss. This has got to be a maximum.
140.
Only got himself to blame. He had a perfect bed there, open with two guides. And he just let it go a little bit too late.
85. Ryan, you require
Yeah, but
83.
much more positive stuff here from Harrington. Yeah, just checking the score. Chaz back on 176. So opts to set it up.
43. 41. Ryan, you require 40.
He's already hit it in this match. Can he hit it twice? Twice is very nice.
20. Charge to require
But it will feel anything but
135.
nice. Chaz is not going to make him feel worse than he already does. He could double up
82.
on double 10.
Ryan, you require 20.
You could say double down. If you like a flutter on table games. He's going for red. He doesn't want black. Look where he's standing.
15.
That was a very difficult
Charge to
dart.
require 53.
Yeah, indeed. Just needed a bit more power on it. And sometimes when you have to make that big move along the oche, that is the outcome. And Chaz, wild one there. Going for a 13, pulls it into the double 4. Yeah, so 45 left. 13 could be the same target again, but I imagine it'll be 5 tops.
33.
That really would
Ryan,
have
you require
stung
5.
when somebody gets a checkout like that against you and you've already missed multiple visits. It doesn't make you feel good at all. Does Ryan get away with it? Double 1.
No score.
I
Charge
hate to be
require
critical,
20.
but he's only got himself to blame.
Yeah, I think almost curse of the commentator as Chaz stares down double 10. I mentioned he's been very good so far
10.
on the outer ring, as Ryan Harrington when he's had the chance, but struggling in this leg.
Yeah, very fair to say it.
Ryan, you require 5.
7 out of 16 before this game started. That was very respectable. Bordering on excellent. Look at that from the animal.
1.
Can't find it.
Charge
1
require
out of
10.
12 in this game. They're both on 2s.
6.
Still
Ryan, you require 4.
turning into what could be the longest leg of the week.
Game shot the second
But we
leg.
don't go into
Ryan Harrington.
Visit 11 territory. And Ryan Harrington, well,
Third
one
leg,
of those
it's Chaz
Jodie
to throw
phrases is coming
first.
your way, Laura.
Game on.
By hook or by crook, is 2-0 up.
Yeah, make a note, add it to the app.
Things said best in
100.
Geordie. What would you want to have said if you had said app?
Yeah, still at the top of my list is Super Trooper.
46.
I think you say it better than I do. How about the origins of the Harrington jacket? Do you know what a Harrington jacket is?
59.
Something that was made famous and started to become a bit more applicable to street fashion in the 1930s. And the people that made them look the
43.
best, because you can still buy them these days, Elvis Presley and James Dean. It was pretty much a golfer's jacket back in the 30s, pre-World War
40.
II. But people designed them a little differently to try and make them a bit more appealing to the wider public. And in the 1950s, JD and EP wore them a lot.
45.
It's kind of quite an icon, or pair of icons to try and emulate. But
84.
Yeah, they're both on my hit list, actually. Not literally.
yeah, might have to expand on that one.
Yeah, they both have limited edition
96.
pens with their name on. And they're two of the ones that I want. Because I collect pens, as everybody knows about me.
45.
My favourite, I have a John F. Kennedy pen. So I like pens that are after people from history. But the Elvis Presley and the James Dean pens are remarkable.
100.
And the James Dean one is red. Because he's noted for wearing red, of course. So we could say that a 180 is like a James Dean.
97.
So yourself,
Ryan, you require 91.
I mean, that's a very high-end kind of collection that you've probably got going on. I am still one that wants to see the bobblehead collection. That's kind of my level.
Game shot on the third leg.
So ironic.
Ryan Harrington.
So ironic. He had all those misses in the previous leg and he looks angry.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Looks like someone's taken the jam out of his donut.
Yeah, well, it's not Chaz and it's not Tommy.
84.
Looks like he's got the minerals.
140.
Genuinely angry after that second leg, wasn't even though he won it. Sometimes you can feel just a little embarrassed by a leg like that.
Yeah,
96.
I'm sure Chaz won't mind me saying, but this has become a little bit of a feature of some of his matches this week where he's got embroiled
57.
in legs where no one can really hit that outer ring.
That game with Crabtree yesterday.
76.
He got out of that game with the win, having missed 26 darts at a double. It's not so bad for Ryan. He's only missed 11.
135.
In fairness, even the win today that he got over Gary Stone, 142, but it's 4 from 18, 14 darts there.
Yes, too many. I think
121.
the worst that they will accept is 4 from 16. So at least you're hitting 25%. If you're going past that,
40. Ryan, you
It's not
require
good enough at this level.
124.
he's got a match-winning chance here for the first 4-0 of the day. And
92.
Chaz is surely going to go
Judge
for
require
57,
129.
236s, or 60 bull. Bullseye.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
So funny.
Chaz Barstow.
Can barely hit a double, and then he pops up with a 129. It's just the same as the last game, the
Fifth
one that you
leg,
just
Chaz
mentioned,
to
Laura.
throw first.
Yeah, an interesting reaction
on.
there from Chaz, just a kind of shrug of the shoulders, raise of the arms as to go exactly what you said. I couldn't hit one before, and now I hit that.
57.
You know what Ryan's thinking, don't you? You know where he's from. There's only one phrase that comes to mind. You're having a laugh.
$40.
He's not laughing. Not sure either player is laughing right now. However, I tell you who would be
58.
laughing if Harrington wins this game. It'd be Wayne Jones, because he hasn't won a game yet. But if Ryan gets another 2 points, every player
100.
apart from Wayne Jones has got 4 points, which means that nobody is stretching this group out.
And it just shows how quickly your
60.
fortunes can change in these group stages, because looking back at that match, it was 4-3 to Crabtree over Barstow in the end, but that would have stretched Barstow out to 6 points if he could have got that elusive last leg.
121.
Now he's staring at a double defeat. So opportunity to go top to actually dropping down the rankings.
60.
Interesting word, rankings. I've heard that a lot recently. I'm not sure how it could be done.
100.
I think it would be possible if we had rankings here. Would it add anything to it?
What, as in someone coming in and you almost have a seeded
Ryan, you
base
require
group, or I don't know how
140.
you would utilise said rankings?
Exactly. It's asking the question and seeing if something could make it better.
Yeah, good setup there.
100.
Setup
Judge
there.
require
It's brought me on to another
132.
marketable idea. We could have MODUS top trumps. That's where you could use your rankings.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Well, they would be movable, but we could bring them out every year.
Like Modus Super Series Pokemon cards.
45.
Fallon
Ryan, you
Sherrick will
require
collect
40.
them. She likes a bit of Pokemon. Ryan likes tops.
Game
Very
shot
much
and
now.
match. Ryan
I think he
Harrington.
understands that game was a bit frustrating for both. Both averaged under 80, but 16 opportunities at a double for Ryan Harrington. 3 of those legs, he found the double quite easily. But in one of those legs that he won, it took him forever to get it done. I said that 4 out of 16 you will take, only if necessary. He will take that. It's now 5 players on 4 points, with Wayne Jones on 0. Speaking of Wayne, he's up against Cam Crabtree after this.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where come Saturday night we are going to be crowning a brand new champion here at the MODUS Super Series. It's not going to be Whitehead, it's not going to be Smith, it's definitely not going to be Littler, and McEwen didn't qualify for Champions Week. It could be one of these two. Cam Crabtree is one of 5 co-leaders at the top of the table, but if Wayne Jones is going to make it through to Saturday night, well, you sense he's going to have to be perfect from here on in. He's the only player yet to register a win so far in Group C. Let's see what happens in this one, in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks. Another chance to see 2 combatants from Group A.
First leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Here we go with Jones. Still looking for the first 2 points of his day. And if he finds them, it means that everybody can be separated by 2 points going into game 12. Has this day shown us anything as to who's favourite from this group? Because my personal opinion, Laura, is that we're pretty much where we started in the front of the day.
Yeah, I
140.
couldn't agree more. I think everyone's shown signs of what they can do. Results have run close. But for me, it's just who can take that step up. If there's a player here that can add maybe 10 points to the average that they're hitting at the moment,
55.
consistently find that outer ring, there's a good chance they could run away with this group based on what we've seen so far.
Let's try and find some bright sides for Wayne.
57.
Because he has been getting the butt end of the deal here today. He has got a winning record against Cam this week via beating him twice in 3 days. Can he use that positivity
140
to get a victory? It was at this stage yesterday that he put in his best performance. So maybe it's at this point of the day that he does
100
play at his best. He does have the darts in this game, so I'm finding at least 3 things for his battle. But Cam seems to have been
55.
a little bit more threatening today, even though the standard of play has gone down a peg.
Yeah, I agree. I think actually for both of them, Wayne's been
93.
relatively unlucky. He actually posted his best average in that last match where he lost 4-3 to Gary Stone, had an 87, and his highest finish of a 136. But again, and actually took 3 out of the 4 chances at the double, which is where he has been struggling.
65. Cam, you require
As you say, Cam himself,
111.
big 170 finish. Almost had 2.
If Luke Littler was on this 111, he'd be going a bull 11 bull.
95.
This is what he does every time.
When you require 126.
Still haven't found out why. And he did it on a Saturday night as well. This is a bullseye shot.
101.
Very, very close.
Cam, you
Isn't
require
it funny
16.
how in a lot of the games today, Wayne Jones has had a lot of opportunities.
Game shot on the first leg. Cam
And he still hasn't got any
Crabtree.
points. And he hasn't got the first leg here either. But let us
Second leg,
enlighten
it's
you
Cam to
as to
throw
what Laura's
first.
talking about.
Game on.
15 darts at double in his first game. 12 darts at double in his next game.
85.
And you think, that's the right amount of opportunities to get a match win. He didn't. Then, he gets only 4 opportunities but finds 3 shots. What's the magical formula?
140.
Yeah, I think most dart players will say if you could find out that magical formula and actually keep hold of it, I mean, if you could sell it, you'd be a multi-millionaire.
60.
But just finding it, sometimes, just the nature of being human, you can't force an adrenaline rush. You can't force a feeling when you're up on the oche or a reaction. Sometimes it just happens naturally.
I think sometimes we try and manufacture that adrenaline.
41.
And it can work sometimes, but not every time. I think we saw a little bit of that from Ryan Harrington in the previous game. He was obviously upset at losing
58.
a leg in that match and somewhat upset about winning a leg in such an amount of darts, like 28 darts, which is exactly what it was in that instance. And Scott Taylor, at this time last week, he was
100.
starting to grimace, starting to look like the Grinch. And it worked. A very aggressive approach worked very well for Scott last week. I
42.
just wonder what it's going to be like for him tonight. I hope he's rested. I hope he's firing, because when Group B returns at 9:45 tonight, it's going to be very interesting indeed when you throw someone like Darren Webster into the mix.
100.
Yeah, and I think for Scott, he has got experience of just missing out in the Group A stages. We saw it last week, finished third in Group A and then came through Group B. Has got experience.
58. When you require 120.
But yeah, as you say, it's Champions Week. It's a different lineup and it's a tough lineup.
That's a lovely first start. Ooh, that's a fortunate one.
80.
Look how close that was to nestling on the wrong side of the flight, which would have bust the score. I don't think he's too perturbed by it, but
58.
whenever you
When you
hear the
require
flight
40.
flicking on the way through there, you just have your heart in your mouth. Has he got double 10 in the bank?
35.
It's happened
Can
too
you
often.
require 140?
Cam has punished before, as we mentioned, took the 170, but can't do it at this time, just looking to tee up.
100. When you require 5.
He does his job. Can Wayne do his? This is for a break. Double one.
No score.
He's
Can you
handing
require 40?
this leg to Cam on a plate.
Do you know what, for me, there's two players in this Group C that they need to be finishing first start or they're going to struggle
Game
to
shot on
find
the
it at
second
all. As
leg. Cam
Cam
Crabtree.
finds it on the second, which is Chaz Barstow and Wayne Jones. If they miss
Third leg,
that
it's Wayne
first
to
one,
throw first.
it almost
Game on.
becomes something that escalates within a leg.
When Wayne is not one of the biggest 180 hitters, or indeed the biggest
140.
scorers here this week, that department has got to be polished.
Yeah. When we've seen him hit, when we've seen Wayne hit as
180.
finds a 180. Yeah, when we've seen Wayne hit, it has been kind of almost like first dart or no dart. It's one or the other, and Chaz has been very, very similar.
Well, here we go.
135.
2 trebles a visit so far, minimum, by a player in this leg. It continues
96.
until then. I don't like to talk about averages too early in a match, but at this point, it's fairly applicable. This is where we're living today. Mid-80s
99.
is where we are. You think about what these guys did in the first 3 days. Jones was 89.26. He's not played at that level today.
140.
Crabtree,
When you require
86.96.
127.
I think he's a bit short of that. And Barstow is not at the 87 range. So we are seeing a reduction in form. I
87.
wonder why.
Can you require 85?
Double top. That's
Game
more like
shot
it.
on the
That's an
third
11
leg.
darter.
Cam Crabtree.
That's his best of the week.
Fourth leg,
Yeah,
it's
we're
Cam
definitely
to
seeing
throw
a
first.
kind of more
Game
assured
on.
version of Cam Crabtree. And I like it. Obviously, it takes something for someone to win a week, and Cam is a weekly winner here. That's why he's in
96.
Champions Week. But there are times when I'm watching Wayne, and it's almost like he's assigned to the fact that it's fate, you know, that fortune isn't going in his
59.
direction.
Do
140.
you know that the surname Crabtree has its roots in Yorkshire and Lancashire?
I did not. Was that a pun with roots as well? Crabtree
Nope.
roots.
Not intended. But apparently it
140.
stems from, that's not a pun, from the north of England. So obviously Cam's lineage stems from the north, even though he's from the south.
46.
I'm not sure if he's going to be happy to hear that or not. Jones is one of the most common surnames in the world, and
92.
is the most common name in Wales, isn't it?
It's got to be, surely.
And no Welsh players here
59.
this week. We've got a few nations covered. England, of course, And there was actually some history yesterday in PDC darts, because it was the first time there has ever been a European Tour
140.
qualifier
Can you require
where
160?
no English players qualified. First time ever.
100.
Wayne needs to keep
Wayne,
this
you
match
require
alive.
70.
At worst, if he wants to stay involved in this group, he must close the gap.
Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. Does find single 16, leaves himself on the ball.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
great shot
leg.
there, and
Wayne Jones.
yeah, Wayne's reaction, I think, is kind of summing up how his day's been so
Fifth
far.
leg,
He
it's
is
Wayne to
clinging
throw
on in,
first.
but not able
Game
to
on.
convert these into match wins into points.
Have you ever heard Mark Webster's West Midlands joke?
I have
One
heard-
of many jokes.
I was
that he
going to
has.
say, I've heard so
60.
many. I probably have more than once, but go on.
I wouldn't tell it as well as Mark, but let's all have a nice Thursday afternoon giggle.
93.
So someone from the West Midlands is going up the pearly gates, and St. Peter's standing there, and this person is turned
60.
around. They don't enter the kingdom of heaven, and things go white and bright. This person thinks that it's the end of their life. Anyway, they open their eyes.
140.
They realise they came into a hospital, and the person from the West Midlands says, "Did I come here to die?" And the nurse says, "No, we came here yesterday."
140.
That is as good as any Mark Webster joke that I have ever had.
It's not as good. It's not as good as the Beatle joke. The Beatle joke is his best joke.
126.
One of the best joke tellers on tour. He makes an awful lot of people laugh.
Yeah, even if you try not to, he enjoys telling them so much.
100. Can you require 142?
Wayne won't enjoy this. $72 confirmed.
86.
He
Wayne
should get a look at
require
56, but if
141.
Wayne's got other ideas, this will be some shot. Almost gets a look at double 12. That could have changed this game for the man from
109.
Wolverhampton.
Can you require 56?
To be top of the table on points on his own.
Game, shot.
He
and
means
the match.
business in Group
Cam
C, doesn't he?
Crabtree.
It's all about the C's for Cam Crabtree. There you are. Shazam, just like that, and he's on 6 points. He will possibly be caught by the end of the day, because this is a very tight group. But that's more like it, isn't it? 4 hits from 6 and an average in excess of 92. That's a formula that will take you far in this group. O'Shea and Stone play each other next, and one of them is about to catch Cam on 6 points.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it was another strong performance from Cam Crabtree before the break. A 4-1 victory against Rain Jones, average in excess of 92.5 and 4 out of 6 on the doubling. Next up for us, we're going to see John O'Shea in action up against Gary Stone. And as we know, these two are on 4 points. To be honest, pretty much everybody that's been in this room today has been on 4 points in this group. Into this one then is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner, who are also on 4 points in this group.
Gary and John walk onto the hockey, and one of them's going to get a win. That was no joke. I promise you that. Not like the bad joke that I told. That was a great joke, actually. It'd definitely be told better by Mark
First
Webster.
leg, it's John to throw
And
first.
both of these fellas
Game on.
are laughing and smiling at this point, but it's time to get your game face on. He hasn't changed the flights. That was mission 1 for us, because we thought that he
100.
played much better in his previous game with those all black stems and flights. But Gary's giving me anxiety.
70.
That first flight, sort it out, Gary. Don't leave it like that. Make him look like a right angle. It's supposed to be consistent, not
97.
all over the place. Does that kind of thing bug you as well?
I would probably have to get it back into position.
Do you know what? I'm glad Chris
97.
Mason's not here. He'd be walking on the stage fixing it.
Yeah, but it can change the way the flight, well, how it flies through the air. I mean, that's the whole idea of the flights.
60.
Still doesn't top what Hannes Schneer did last year when he was playing in Graz, a European tour event in Austria.
140.
You know those moulded flights that you get? They're all white, and they've got no colour at all on them, no animation. Hannes had
122.
3 of them in his darts, and he put his darts in his pocket, and they were all folded and flopped everywhere. It just defeats the point. I went on such a
45.
rant about
Johnny
it that
required
the next day I
122.
walked up to him and I said, "Can you please change those flights? Because they were an absolute embarrassment." 777. Lucky for some.
108. Gary, you require
Yeah,
149.
what could it be? Lucky for Gary Stone as he gets an attempt at 149, and that's a good first start. Slightly
89.
unfortunate they're not
Johnny
to have found the
requires
treble,
14.
but another opportunity for 7 here for John O'Shea.
Oh, that's awkward. That's why he's moving
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
wonderful
first
dart.
leg. John O'Shea.
from a very wonderful player. And Gary, in his previous visit, he threw all 3 darts
Second
with
leg, it's
real
Gary to
purpose.
throw
They were
first.
all
Game
thrown
on.
beautifully. It just illustrates how fine the margins are.
100.
I think this game also illustrates just what's important to every player. You see the all-black setup at the top, and I
140.
get the feeling that John doesn't like bright colours shining back at him from the dartboard, whereas Gary wants to see
100.
them, doesn't he? He wants the white stem and flight to give him an extra visual aid.
140.
But in terms of performance, this is much better from both. And it's what
140.
I think we would have expected with these two especially. They're going to know each other's game. John O'Shea just coming in off the back of losing his tour card, and Gary Stone will be more than aware of that.
59. Gary, you require 161.
6 darts for this. 90 left, so whether he wants 18s or bull, either is fine. That will
125.
do very, very nicely.
Yeah, and that last visit from John O'Shea, perhaps a miscount or miscalculation. 59 points didn't leave him on a finish.
100. Gary, you require
Only got himself to
36.
blame in that spot. Sometimes you will leave a bogey number and it's not your fault.
27.
Double 9 bites again.
John, you require 62.
And this leg will bite the dust if 62 goes. Maybe that's that flight that wants to be fixed. Maybe it'll finally get fanned out. Double top for John.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second
my.
leg. John O'Shea.
That's a bit naughty. Stealing that away. That's what this game's all about, though. When someone
Third leg,
gives
it's
you a
John
chance,
throw
you've got to take
first.
it.
Game on.
I saw a very, very amusing and somewhat unamusing post on social media in the last
40.
few weeks. Someone saying that the name Gary seems to be going out of fashion. Nobody's calling their
96.
little ones Gary anymore. And we're running out of Garys. And the T-shirt said, "Save Garys."
I guess there are just names that
140.
kind of do the loop, don't they? And come back in fashion a bit like, well, I mean, hairstyles. We saw Ryan Harrington trying to bring back
93.
the boy band look, but I think the one that for me is coming back round that people seem to be getting away with is a bit the mullet. I quite like the mullet. I think it's all right.
100.
Never going to see me with a mullet. Unless I'm going to some sort of 80s fancy dress and I'm dressed as Dalton from Roadhouse. But there are other names that don't seem to get
58.
used these days. You don't see many Clives or Cliffs.
Yeah, you have to go all the way to Dover to see the cliffs.
100.
And they're just like Gary's flights. They're very white. Or as John would say,
45. John,
And
you
it's a line
require
from the commitments.
121.
maybe they're a little white. I like that.
81.
I like this performance.
$100. John, you require 40.
And one of the reasons why I'm such a big fan of the Irish is because of the commitments.
Game shot on the third
I'm a big
leg.
fan of this 3-0
John
lead for
O'Shea.
John, though. He's starting to cook now.
Yeah, we did wonder, didn't we? Had that 91 average in the previous match, but 142
Full
over
focus, Gary to
Harrington.
throw
And was
first.
that the catalyst? Because John is
Game on.
probably the player for me that's just got better and better round by round.
$48.
Please tell me you've seen the commitments.
I have seen the commitment.
Good. If you were Matthew Edgar, you would have said, what?
It was a long time ago, but Colmini,
He's been
93.
in lots of great movies.
he has.
He is an Irish great.
Do you know why I know him? He's in Star Trek.
And Con Air.
45.
Been in a lot of great stuff. Star Trek keeps coming round today.
100.
This has not been a game
140.
that Gary Stone has enjoyed much. He's had 3 darts at double, and that's it.
Yeah, well, if you look at the nationalities on the
60.
stage, you've got an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman. But the way John O'Shea is playing is absolutely no joke.
60.
That may be the line of the week.
$140.
He's not kidding around, that's for sure. 108 away from a 4-0 victory. We still haven't had one.
180. John,
But he's
you
going to have to
require
find the ton plus
108.
checkout if he wants to yield 4-0. He didn't have to go that 57. He did have another route.
53.
Could have gone
Gary, you required 28.
treble 17 for double 19. And we're
Game
not going to
shot
get a
on fourth
bagel
leg.
here.
Gary Stone.
Very well done, Gary. That really was a brilliant
Fifth
ending
leg,
to
it's
that
John's
leg.
to throw first. Game
4
on.
perfect darts. You just need to do that 3 more times.
Yeah, it's easy sitting here and saying it.
That's why
97.
I'm sitting here.
Yeah, me too.
Still hasn't fixed that flight.
60.
I've just now got visions after this match finishes. Running out the commentary box just to catch his attention, just to make sure he does it for the next one.
I could,
119.
on the air, tell you what I would say to Gary from a distance, but it would not be broadcast.
100.
What a difference this has been for John O'Shea, this change of equipment.
130.
He's got his rhythm. He's got his positivity back. He's become
119.
more potent
John, you
threat.
require 150.
He's got the last game of the day against Crabtree as well, whom he could be joining on 6 points in as little as 3 darts.
You see that flight just trying to escape, needs a bit of attention.
134.
Never a good sign when your flights are trying to escape.
81.
Double 8 for John O'Shea.
John, you requires
There was
16.
3 out of 5 on the doubles here. This has been an excellent performance.
Game,
And that is a
shot,
performance
and
he
the
can
match,
put in the books.
John O'Shea.
You got to say that's probably the best performance of the day. Statistically, it is. 94.23 and 50% on the doubles means he does join Cam Crabtree on 6 points. As far as his leg difference is concerned, with the 4-1 victory, he's actually got the same leg difference as Cam as well. So the end match of the day will be a shootout to see who's top of Group C before we go into day 2. Interesting times ahead. So, 4 rounds are down, final round to come, and we're going to start with Jones and Barstow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 80% of the way through the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, one impressive performance from John O'Shea to get the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1. Elsewhere in that round of fixtures, Cam Crabtree impressive himself in a 4-1 victory against Wayne Jones, who is yet to get off the mark, and Ryan Harrington a 4-1 victor against Chaz Barstow. Ahead of the final 3 games, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself, because as you can see, O'Shea and Crabtree, well, they're the 2 main men at the top of the pile. They will meet later on in the final game of the session. They can only be split by averages thus far. They're both on 6. Harrington, Barstow and Stone all on 4. And Wayne Jones has been completely and utterly cut adrift. He's going to stand any chance of making it through to Champions Night. And the chances are slim now for the Wanderer. He is going to have to win this game against Chaz Barstow. It is as simple as that. For Barstow, he won his first 2 games and then has lost his last 2. It's been a residual slip in form for the Prince from Winchester. But can he find a win in his last game of the day? Let's find out in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
I don't think you're wrong, Henry. I think when it comes to Wayne, he's not going to be able to lose this game and find his way to the top two. I don't ever remember anybody qualifying from Group C with 10 points. Not from my personal recollection, anyway. But as far as Chaz is concerned, 4 points coming into the final round of play is very competitive in this group. I said something earlier, Laura, about Group C action. More often than not, you succeed by winning more than you
First
lose.
leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
We are about to
Game
find
on.
out if Chaz can do that. Because this game could give him 3 wins and 2 losses. If he walks away with 2 wins and 3 losses, it means that he will not be on the same points as
100.
somebody going overnight.
No, and I think with Wayne, you know that he has got that massive performance, as does Chaz, but we haven't seen it from either of them today.
99.
I think if Chaz doesn't come away with winning this match, it makes it very, very difficult for himself because the rest of the field have also beaten Wayne Jones. It's almost like those 2 points, they feel more essential because you're playing someone who's at the bottom of the table without a win.
100.
Yeah, we once had that at the Grand Slam in a group back in 2011. Barry Bates was in the group and he was injured, but he
95.
was still playing. And we all just looked at each other as if to say, well, every one of us has got to beat Barry. And we all did. But the pressure on us to beat Barry was enormous.
60.
And even though we all did it quite comfortably, it didn't feel like it.
No, it's a different pressure, isn't it? It's still pressure, but
140.
experience, it does help you deal with that. And Chaz has had some good experiences up here, but never actually made it to finals night of Champions Week.
I think if this game was about experience, Wayne Jones would win easily.
45. Judge require
True.
167.
He's got more experience in his left fingernails than pretty much everybody else in the group combined.
40.
Oh, this is one of those numbers where you're thinking maximum because it leaves double eight. Come on, Wayne. There we go.
180.
I think I've alluded to your
Judge
new nickname being
127.
Nostradamus Nicholson over this week.
Chaz is going to hit this.
Game shown the
Right,
first
that's
leg.
sticking now.
Chaz Barstow.
I might have had just a little giggle, but Wayne isn't.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game
That was
on.
a sickening blow to Wayne Jones, that one. That was borderline rude.
140.
Right, come on then. Nostro, what are you picking? What's going to
You've
happen
even
this
given me a
leg?
nickname for the nickname. You're borderline Australian.
100.
Nostro.
Nostro Nico or Nostradamus
Well,
Nicholson?
before we get onto that, if these guys were Aussies, what would their nicknames be?
100.
Do we just put an O on the end? Just Wayne O and Chaz.
Wayne is definitely it's definitely an Aussie one.
Oh, I can't see past Chazzy. Can't really put Barstow O.
140.
Yeah, that's a bit much. You'd get Chazo.
85.
Yeah, looking back to Wayne's early part of his career, he made his Lakeside debut back in 2001.
60.
Made the last 16 on that occasion, but the following year, where he made his second and final appearance at the Lakeside, he made the quarterfinals.
58.
On that occasion, he lost out to Martin Adams, the number 2 seed, by 5 sets to 1.
$177. Judge require 118. $94.
That's lovely darts
Wayne
from
required
Chaz.
24.
But Wayne's already there. Come on, Wayne-o. Yeah, he
Game
likes
shot on the
that
second
very
leg.
much.
Wayne Jones.
That's a break back. Yeah, after 2002,
Third leg, it's Wayne to throw
he
first.
reverted
Game on.
to PDC darts. Had a few years just to find his feet, but then made his debut in the PDC World Championship in 2005.
55.
Won his first game against someone from Australia. Good pal of mine, actually.
43.
Barry Genet Jr. And his nickname is China.
Is there a story behind said nickname?
It's a long story.
Okay.
It's a long story. We need a best of 19 to get that one out.
137.
But then Wayne would go on to beat Keith Deller in the next round. By 3-1. He would ultimately lose out to Kevin Painter, the
60.
number 7 seed, by 4-2 in a tournament that saw Phil Taylor win. Shock, horror.
100.
Wayne has, in his career, had some great world championships.
59.
Particularly in 2006, the following year, where he made the semi-finals. That was a very big deal for him, and he did lose out to Peter Manley, unfortunately by 6-0.
177.
But then Peter would lose 7-0 in the final.
71.
This game
Wayne
feels
required
very
32.
similar to that of what he did yesterday when he was putting in his best
Game shot on the
performance.
third leg. Wayne Jones.
Because he's had 3 attempts at double, he's hit 2, and he's averaging over 106.
Fourth leg, it's Chaz
He's
to
got
throw
form
first.
for this.
Game on.
Yeah, top average of the week, Wayne Jones of 106.84, 106.21 in this.
43.
As I say, I think if Chaz loses this after winning the first 2, he will be disappointed. But at the moment, you wouldn't really have a strong argument. This is a big performance from Wayne.
I can't remember anybody qualifying in
38.
a Group C scenario, anyone, never mind Champions Week, after starting with 0 points from day 1. I have seen somebody qualify after starting with
58.
2. So, yes, Wayne. Get this game won. You will be part of the equation tomorrow. However, you will have to win all of your games.
40.
I say that speculatively because if things are spread out the way they have been today, maybe even winning this game in 4 tomorrow with a really good spurt in some of those games for a
59.
superior leg difference might just squeeze in. But maybe for that to happen, he needs someone to dominate from here on out.
Yeah, well, I think the strongest candidate, if anyone is going to dominate at the moment, is probably John O'Shea.
180.
He seems to have been able to pick up the game.
John O'Shea does what John O'Shea does.
41.
I'm not going to argue with him.
Neither am I.
He's like 3 people. He's the only person I know that still kind of talks about himself in the third person.
Another thing
140.
in Birmingham outside the really famous shopping centre, the Bull Ring.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like running into that.
60. Wayne, you require 103.
3-1. 103. 51-32.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
There it is.
Wayne Jones.
3-1 to Wayne Jones. And if you're trying to, predict what's going to
Fifth
happen,
leg,
I've
it's
given
Wayne
it a
to
pretty
throw
good go
first.
today.
Game on.
But this is a strange day of darts. And if you have been having a flutter this afternoon or are choosing to have one before the end of the day, please gamble responsibly, over 18s only.
100.
And begambleaware.org for more information. You can see what Wayne Jones has done in this game. He is crushing Barstow at the minute.
140.
Yeah, it's almost like Chaz has been taken unawares really for this performance because he hasn't really shown signs of being able to reproduce that. But my goodness, he is at the moment. It was Cam
81.
Crabtree on the back of the 106 yesterday. Perhaps it'll be Chaz in this match.
140.
Better leg from Chaz, though. Consecutive 140s here. Average is starting to creep up. That's a byproduct, of course. Averages are just a guide. And it was actually Surrey where I played
80.
an A game back in 2000. And I was practicing with Graham Stoddart. And he said something to me once that has stuck with me ever
180.
since. Averages lie. They do lie. Do you know who I played that day? Jason Kelly.
100.
Do you know, I
Charge
reckon he's
required,
still
41.
playing. He's one of those players, he does step away from it every so often, but always seems to find a way back.
He got man of the match that day against me.
31.
Some things just stick in
When
your
you
mind.
require 140.
Really good day, that. Really good day's darts. Just like this one. It's only halfway through. We've got B stuff tonight as well. Anything involving Darren Webster's got my vote.
60.
Anything could
Charge
happen
required, 10.
Thursday. Just like the Big Bang Theory. Don't miss Chaz.
Game
Well
shot
done.
on the 5th leg. Chaz Barstow.
It's genuinely a thing on the Big Bang Theory. Anything can happen Thursday.
6th leg. It's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
I think we should nickname the first double day of the week that exact thing. As long as we're not treading on any toes.
140.
Well, it does feel like anything can happen, especially in this Group C, because everything we thought might happen pretty much hasn't.
30.
Averages do lie. It's a really close game here. Chaz has got 140s exploding out of his socks all of a sudden.
95.
And he's very close to equalising this game. And there's 12 points between them in the averages.
Yeah, only takes that one strong leg from your opponent and you not to really perform. And as you say, that can really
140.
skew the average.
What was he doing on the 20s?
44.
I did grimace slightly, and I've mentioned it before. I think that's one element of Chaz's game that he really can improve on.
Honestly, at this level, you can't make mistakes like that. If you're a young player
41.
and you're still learning the intricacies of certain numbers, fair enough. But we're talking about people who have won titles. And honestly, when I see something like that, my stomach
134.
twists to the degree that I've got diverticulitis. However, it has not hurt him one little bit. Not yet.
140. Charge to require 88.
Double 14.
74.
Let's see
When
how
you
much this
require
hurts.
150.
Almost assuredly won't be going the 3-ball route.
He's not going for double 18 either.
90. Charge to require 14.
How does he get past that? How does he get past them?
7.
He can't.
When you require
And
60.
Jones has now been given a gift for one of his best performances of the week. He needs 10s.
Game, shot.
Well, there
and
you
the
go.
match. Wayne Jones.
He's had some really peculiar games this week, has Wayne Jones. That is one of the better games he's played. And when he goes to sleep tonight, he'll be wondering, why didn't I do that earlier? 67% on the doubles, a 103 checkout, and a 97 average. That's exactly what he wants to do, and he's going to have to do that an awful lot tomorrow if he's going to find his way to the top 2. Chaz Barstow will have to settle for 4 points after starting the day with 2 wins, 3 consecutive defeats after that. Gary Stone has had a very up and down day himself. He's up against Ryan Harrington in his final game.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're about to see Gary Stone in action in his final game of the day. He takes on Ryan Harrington. Both of these players perfectly poised in the middle portion of the league standings. Victory for them will see them have a positive return for their first day's outing here at the MODUS Super Series at Champions Week. Keep them in the mix with O'Shea and Crabtree to come. Right, watching this one, it's Paul and Laura.
2 more games to go then. So it's time to position yourself well for tomorrow.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
One thing is guaranteed. Someone's going to finish on 6 points. And we now have Barstow and Jones behind that mark.
81.
We are going to see John O'Shea against Crabtree in the final match, which means that somebody is going to be on 8 points overnight. If you want to be in touching distance to make tomorrow
100.
just a little easier, win this game. It's as simple as that. Having said that, not everything has been simple today.
57.
No, I don't think anything's been particularly coming simple for either of these two. Very mixed fortunes, but playing themselves into a bit of form. I think actually Harrington, I don't think the average is quite as reflective as what the match actually
140.
was. He scored very well. It was 12 missed starts just in that one leg, which kind of, as we were saying before, skewed the average.
60.
I am convinced, however, that if somebody was to crack Gary Stone's head open and really put a Lamborghini engine in there,
71.
we'd have an elite product. This action that he has is very individual. It's compact, it's uncomplicated.
117.
I'm 100% committed to the fact that if he wants to be an elite player, it's between the ears.
Yeah,
If he was to crack that, then Scotland would have something of a premier nature.
85.
yeah, I think it's probably more advisable for Gary to crack that than a skull open and try and put in a Lamborghini engine. But I do get what you're trying to say, because I think comes across
58.
sometimes on the
Ryan, you
hockey as kind of a
require
glass
105.
half empty man as opposed to a glass half full.
He does have a chance on a 1-2-8 to take the lead.
53.
He's going to
Gary
go
require
for what Ryan has just
128.
missed. Still has a route. It's the bull.
103. Ryan, you require 52.
Double 16. I was convinced he was going to go for a 12 there, Laura.
36.
Maybe he's changed his plan.
Yeah, changes
Gary
MO.
required
Perhaps hasn't
25.
quite panned out how he'd like today. And Gary Stone won for double 12, causing him more problems.
Game
But
shot
double
first
6
leg. Gary
that
Stone.
caused him no problems whatsoever.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I find myself a little bit disappointed because I've just done a bit of research about where Gary's from.
100.
Now, if he wanted to walk from here to Portsmouth, how many miles is it?
Go on, tell me it's 500.
It's not 500. I mean, how disappointing is that?
55.
It's 431. Maybe we can change the route.
Yeah, I mean, if that's motorway miles, you need to be going down canals and nice
Yeah, I'll
pathways.
put it on walk.
123.
Yeah, disappointing. We're going
So
to have to
disappointing. Could have been 501 as well.
change the MO for the next Super Series Scottish competitor. Find out a place
140.
in Scotland that's 500 miles, then work that way.
We can find that out by the end of the day. And by the end of the day, 8 players will have been
78.
eliminated from the World Seniors as well. 4 are already gone. Matt Clark has lost to Scott Mitchell by 3-1. David Cameron,
133.
the former senior Masters champion, is out at the hands of Jim Long by 3-1. John Henderson has beat Trina Gulliver by 3-1.
168.
And Paul Hogan has beaten Terry Jenkins by 3-1.
$30. Ryan, you require 32.
After the 168, he leaves 32 again.
Game shot on the second
that's a
leg.
world-class leg.
Ryan Harrington. Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
It's like
Game
something
on.
you would say to a pirate when they've just got off a ship. Well, that's a world-class leg.
134.
Why are pirates called pirates? Because they are.
Very, very good.
40.
That is very much a joke that John Henderson would like.
81.
Gary's got to believe that he can get through this encounter with Ryan. They are two players who share something. That whenever something doesn't go their way, they just seem to feed on that instead of looking at what they need to do.
58.
Yeah, we've actually seen very different reactions from both of them throughout the day. We saw in that match earlier where Harrington beat Barstow 4-1. There was a real kind of
100.
almost anger, a real grit and determination. If you can channel it that way, it's great. But we've also seen the head drop and that bit of negativity.
135.
It's an example there from Gary. It's a good score. It's a good visit. 3 well-thrown darts, but not quite what he wants.
You might think, because that flight keeps falling out, that he needs a new flight. In fact, he needs a new stem. But some dart players, they think, you know, I'll just keep working with this until it capitulates.
140. Gary required 93.
74-2. Oh, okay. I can get behind the double-double there with Ryan on 96. He might even need double-double himself. It's not the kind of thing you'd walk up to a bar and
Ryan
order.
required 96.
Can I have a double-double?
Well, depends who you're with.
See, he doesn't need one. Bartender. I'll just have a double.
On the third leg. Ryan Harrington.
He'd like to double what he's already
Fourth
done.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
I
on.
think we're going for the record in this match of how many times we can use the word double in a best-of-7 match.
135.
Well, I'll see your double and double it. I was going to raise you 2, but then that
55.
kind of really doesn't use the word double.
Say it any more times, it loses all meaning.
58.
Cannot be long left in this match.
100.
Because both players like to get on with things. And the same can be said about Crabtree and O'Shea, who will take part in our last match of the afternoon. As for tonight, take your pick as to who could be the chief
140.
in Group B. Players tonight. You've got Scott Taylor,
96.
who knows a thing or two about playing in a Group B situation and also in a Champions Week. Andy Bolton will be one of the favourites, if not the favourite.
92.
And they're up against Ron Mullenkamp, the Bomb, Rhys Colley, Chaos, and Darren Webster, the Demolition Man. My word, it's going to get messy in here later.
70.
It
Ryan
sounds like a
requires
recipe
76.
for disaster, but I'm sure they're going to bring their game this evening.
It's going to be like a Guns N' Roses concert in here later. An appetite for destruction.
$36.
You'll take that when your opponent's on 180. What's Gary up to?
63. Ryan, you require
Did it
40.
matter what he hit?
Only time will tell, but
Game shot on the fourth leg.
doesn't. But I think
Ryan
from a psychological
Harrington.
perspective, if you're sat on a double and you watch your opponent go up there and do that, you feel that
Fifth leg, it's Gary
they've
to
maybe
throw
just
first.
lost their way
Game
slightly
on.
throughout this match. It's frustration creeping in.
Yeah. 3 strong words that go through your mind when you
43.
can see what your opponent's doing and it's slightly negative. I've got you. And I'm not talking about Sonny and Cher.
100.
It's a great position to be in.
140.
Just think about how you would feel if you're saying that to yourself in a match. I've got you. It means you're feeling good. And you're projecting
60.
positivity to yourself before you've even thrown a shot. I
81.
think Gary's just trying to make things natural here. Trying to forget about the thinking element and just letting his talent do the talking.
Which, as we suggested, he's got in abundance, but
96.
just not able to bring it here yet today.
Now, this is something that Darren Webster does as well. He speeds up to try and take
60.
the aiming element out of his throw. And it can work wonders. And when it hasn't been a day of upward success, you just got to try and make something happen in a different way.
95.
And I can get behind it.
87.
Yeah, it does make
Ryan, you require
when you have to make that
150.
rapid decision. When you have to check the board when you're trying to throw at pace, it upsets the rhythm.
And what did Gloria Estefan say?
57.
The rhythm's going to get you.
Gary, you require 90.
I thought you were going to go with. I thought you were going to go with Doctor. I've got this feeling because.
Well, I get the feeling with doing things like that Gary
58.
could be Dr. Beat.
Ryan, you require 93.
74. I feel like Bear Grylls in the Appalachian
61.
Mountains. I'm a bit lost.
Gary, you require 32.
Oh, we're going all over the place here. We're like Lisa Stansfield. We're all over the world. Gary can't find his baby.
28. Ryan, you require 32.
32 for the win then. To be on 6 points overnight. Can he get there?
16.
The answer is no.
Gary, you require
Yeah,
4.
this match for me so far has kind of summed up Group C. Just expect the unexpected.
There you
Shot on the
go.
fifth leg. Gary Stone.
If all else fails, double one will save you.
Sixth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been some kind of wacky decisions from both players in the legs.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what Ryan was doing on the 93. So
30.
he's at a 19 that leaves 74 and he went for 12s.
I can only think if that was the intended target, that it was double 12 ball.
41.
It was for double 12. He was in the wrong postcode. Recalculating.
100.
Yeah, throws back to the idea of having that AI dart throwing robot.
Someone will invent
85.
it. Of course they will. They may already have. They may be walking and talking among us.
83.
If Men in Black is to be believed, we've got aliens walking among us already. Apparently, most of them live in Manhattan.
93.
Everybody's got points today. At least it's one of those
85.
days where someone's not going to walk away and feel pointless. Even though dart players have been on that game show
58.
and been a pointless answer.
Yeah, they've both been contenders and answers.
Kevin Painter was pointless.
I'm sure he'd love that.
Yeah, he didn't appreciate it at all. This
96.
game is not over for Gary if he can find a 140 here. Doesn't quite get there.
100. Ryan, you
He's
require
only had two 140
107.
scores in this match. Ryan's got double that. There's another double. Has he got a double to finish the match? Really? That was not part of the menu. But it's double one again. Darts are away for Gary Stone. He knew it was going
and
in.
the match,
That was a
Ryan
weird
Harrington.
end. to a very weird game. Now, Ryan Harrington's been playing darts for a very, very long time. I can assure you he's never taken 107 that way. But you can see the huge gap in the averages, and you can see a gap in the doubles as well. So the right person did win that match, and it's Harrington who goes into Friday with 6 points. Someone's going to have 8 at the end of the next match. Will it be Crabtree or O'Shea?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and welcome back to Champions Week, where before the break we saw Ryan Harrington get the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2. And this last game of the session between John O'Shea and Cam Crabtree will determine who is going to be top of the pile when it comes to Friday's action in Group C. The victor will see himself move one step closer towards Saturday's Champions Night and potentially one step closer to the famous Silver Trophy. Who's going to win this all-important final game of the day? Let's find out in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
This one's lined up pretty well, hasn't it? Considering we've had 14 games today. And this one at the end, which will be the first game of tomorrow as well. It is a battle of two players who have had the best share of points throughout the last 4 hours and a half. Well, I think Shazam's been spending too much time with Andy Bolton.
Yeah, we did see him pick up that little wiggle that Andy Bolton is well known for.
177.
Well, if it works like that, keep wiggling.
Yep. He is young enough that when he was a kid, that he probably sang along
45.
to the Wiggles. And if he wins 20 grand, he might get himself a big red car. Is that reference lost? Is it more of an Australian thing?
45.
If people watch the Wiggles in the United Kingdom,
It's a bit lost on me.
once you get the Wiggles in your head, you're in a different place.
Yeah.
And it's infuriating.
93.
I feel like I'm in a different place right now. Maybe Twilight Zone?
Similar.
81.
I'll show you later, by the way, what the Wiggles were like. I was into things like Button Moon and Rainbow. That's more my sort of thing.
99.
Harmless things when you were growing up. Like watching Jockey Wilson and Cliff Lazarenko have a blue on the stage.
58.
Didn't do me any harm watching that kind of thing. John's been a different player since he changed
58. Cam,
to
you
these
require
stems and flights.
140.
But is it going to be Cam, who has 2 C's in his first
100.
consonants of his surname and first name, who will control Group C going into day 2? He's very much more
60.
focused
Cam, you require
right now
40.
on the job, because I think he knew after a day and 3 quarters
Aim shot on the first leg.
come Tuesday he
Cam
was out of Group
Crabtree.
A already, but he is very firmly in the driving seat of this group if he wins here.
Second leg, it's
I think
John
it was
to throw
quite interesting
first.
what he
Game
said
on.
to you. You don't win, you don't win the title by winning through Group 8. You know, he's got a job to do here, but
60.
this is kind of last chance saloon for these 6.
It's only happened once in 5 series where the winner of Group A in Champions Week has gone on to win the title.
96.
That was Series 3. Littler did it. So it's not seen as a heavy pattern that winning Group A is the best route
27.
to success.
No, we know only too well that darts on a different day can be completely different. You can have that confidence, but
140.
will the couple of days off actually affect the game of Tom Sykes? Can he bring the same level? Will other players be able to up their levels?
Well, Tom's never been part of a Champions Week before. He'd never been part of a Group A before until Monday.
100.
He's won that now. And now we start talking about, because he's never been in a Group A and gone to Saturday night, can he do that? I think we're at the stage with Tom
83.
where no matter what the challenge is, I don't think we back against him. I think he's got a lot to offer this sport. He may just become the face of the Super Series this year.
140.
Yeah, I agree. Lots of potential there.
$130.
Wonderful darts. And a guaranteed look at 52. He's steamrolling the Joker here. If he takes that 52.
134. Cam, you require 52.
Yeah, O'Shea just tapping on the shoulder of Crabtree, but this is a break opportunity.
Game shot on the
That's
second
very well
leg.
executed
Cam
once again.
Crabtree.
14 dart breaker throw for Cam Crabtree.
Playing his own tuners, Shazam.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Sounds like something you would say at a magic show.
41.
Shazam, like circling the hat with a wand and saying, "Look what I made appear."
It does, yeah. Version of abracadabra.
135.
Reminds me of one of my favourite jokes, actually.
Oh no, not another.
Do you know what kind of dog a magician would own? An abracadabra doodle.
58.
I think they just got worse, the jokes over there as the day
Oh,
goes on.
I remember the first time I heard that, I was unapproachable for 5 minutes.
Are we going to get you back in commentary at any point?
100.
Yep.
134.
I think we may have just lost Paul for a couple of minutes.
$50. $58.
I don't think John's laughing right now. I think they've had high hopes in this game. And let's not
57.
forget what it was like for him last Thursday. He was in a very good position in Group C a week ago.
Yeah,
60.
that for a second time in consecutive matches, John's had an opportunity to leave himself on a fish and doesn't.
99.
was
Can you
a little
require
careless.
150?
Last time he did it, it didn't really cost him. It hasn't cost him this time.
90. John, you require 60.
These are two very different checkouts. One has a dart in the way
Game shot
that
the third
apparently
leg.
doesn't matter.
John O'Shea.
But had Crabtree gone for it, he would have had 0 in the way.
Fourth leg,
Fighting
it's John to
qualities
throw
needed for
first.
John,
Game on.
who at the end of last Friday, when he was booking his Saturday spot, was very... Well, upset is the wrong word, but he was very displeased
100.
with his level of performance, even though he won the group. I'm intrigued to hear what he would think of today.
Yeah, me too. I think
85.
it's all dart players, but John is definitely one of them who is kind of his own probably worst critic. Because ultimately you can't do better than winning the group. I understand with the performance levels. You want
60.
to come here and produce your best, but the goal, the end target is just making it through to Saturday. I'll tell you what,
96.
I think every player will say that they would rather make it through to Saturday than not make it through but have 100+ averages in every match.
And it has happened before, where people have had a bad start to a group,
135.
then they find their form, but it's too late. Think about Bradley Brooks last week. He had a bad Thursday.
140.
He came into Friday in Group C and won 8 points from 10. He was the best player on Friday, but he had too much to do.
100.
That's why Group C is so fair, because you must balance it.
Yeah, finals night is the best player on the day, but to get to that point, you have to be the best,
55.
most consistent player over
John, you require
either 3 days or 2 days.
106.
John's starting to cook with gas. Double 18.
88.
Well, this
Can you require 125?
is called Hollywood. Bull. I was going to line him up for 25 bull there. And my word, that was a great first start. The likelihood is if he got a 25, he would have hit the other bull.
85. John, you require 18.
Yeah, once again, looking at double 9. Well, opted to split, and that did not go to plan, and that's a really loose start because most players, it's a 6 or an 8. There's 2 numbers together.
What is it with 15s and 1s at the minute? Harrington got 107 with 45 double 1 off a 60. Oh,
Game
my
shot
word.
the fourth leg. John
That is so
O'Shea.
naughty. I think John is a little bit embarrassed
Fifth leg,
by
it's
the
Cam
fact
to
that he's
throw
just
first.
done that to
Game
Cam
on.
to draw level at 2-2, but you just got to do what you got to do, isn't that right? John O'Shea's got to do what John O'Shea has to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, the thing is, you have to.
140.
You can only react to the situation, and obviously the 15 was a bit of a pull, but adjusted well.
Could have been worse.
81.
Could have bust the shot. You'd rather have a shot at double 1 than nothing at all.
58.
Don't forget, we will be back from 9:45. We've got Group B action. It will be fast, furious, and explosive, apparently.
Yes.
59.
If their nicknames are anything to go by, then absolutely.
Such a pity that Scott Taylor doesn't have a nickname.
Yeah, well, perhaps we can get a few suggestions from anyone
133.
on X.
We could... It's Andy's network, isn't it? X Factor.
60.
Might have
Can
to
you
write a little
require
short story,
170?
including all the nicknames.
$58.
Can John O'Shea get to a finish from here? He needs 2 trebles to do so.
60.
He has played better
Can you require 112?
in the second half of play today. Crabtree has been fairly consistent since
64.
game 1. He lost with a 76 average in his first game to Gary Stone. It seems an awful long time since that. But the only reason he lost that game was because of Stone's brilliance.
60. Can you require 48?
Yeah, and I think there was possibly some reason to worry about the performance levels of Cam coming into it off the back of Group A, but he's kind of put that all to rights and staring down 32 at the moment.
Game shot on the
What a
fifth
lovely
leg.
dart that is.
Cam Crabtree.
One more leg of the next two, and he will be top overnight.
Sixth leg, it's John
What's
to throw
also
first.
interesting is
Game
not
on.
just points that they share, having 6 each. They've both got +6 leg difference.
41.
So if this is 4-3 either way, it's the tightest it could possibly be coming into this fixture. And it will be the first fixture of tomorrow, like I said.
140.
So imagine if somebody wins 4-3 and then it's reversed 4-3, it's as you were. Same could be said for if someone wins 4-2 and then it's reversed that way. It would make round 2 exciting tomorrow, that's for sure.
42.
Cam really has been finding that first dart with more regularity today
140.
than he has at any point this week. And it's such a big factor in his game when he tries to land those darts on top of each other.
100.
If he can do it one more time, it might be enough to get the win.
57.
Sensibly leaves the finish. This is where you need a full boat just to get
80.
onto a finish, but that didn't cost him much. It only cost him 20 points. However,
Cam, you require
he was not going to get to a finish anyway.
164.
This now gives Cam a chance to hit the 140 and lay up.
60.
Still needs to find a treble of a big nature to get to a finish. He can still get there.
40.
But maybe
Cam,
he's
you
run out of
require
gas.
104.
Treble 18 for double 16, but that flight is in the way of the 54. He could use the bull. Or is he going to persevere? He's got time on his side.
96.
Very good player. Very poised right there. He was patient and didn't do anything rash. But if he hits double 4 or 8 points in this
60.
visit,
Cam, you require 8.
he will have done everything well today to be the top of the pile.
Game, shot, and the match.
Cam Crabtree has Group C in his hands at this stage, at the halfway stage. Hi Cam, you've done a very good job today. You're going to have 8 points overnight and your leg difference will be +8 as well. So 89.88 is the average. There's a lot of 8s there, and there's an 8 at the start of his checkered percentage as well. 4 from 5 is a lot to smile about. John O'Shea didn't play great in that last match. However, he will start tomorrow against Cam Crabtree, and he will try to get onto 8 points himself. Laura and Henry are in the studio right now, and they're going to mull over what we've seen over the last 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it really has been an intriguing day here at the Super Series. Laura Turner's been following every single dart, every single bit of the action. And look, that last game was quite fitting, wasn't it? Cam Crabtree going into tomorrow's action top of the pile, and it's been a bit of a turnaround for him, hasn't it?
Yes, it really has. I mentioned in comms, it was one of the players that we weren't quite sure what performance he was going to actually bring. And although he hasn't hit those heights, we saw him hit a couple of 100 averages, but what I liked about it today is it's been more consistent, and off the back of that, he's now got the points to go with the performance.
Has he answered the questions that we set kind of yesterday?
Yeah, I think so, but I think Cam is one of those players as well. He would have drawn a line under what's happened already. This is now the kind of last opportunity to qualify for finals week. In terms of body language and everything I saw up there, much more positive, much more, you could just see he was much more urgent on the oche, and to me it was just a completely different version of Cam Crabtree, and one that we've seen win titles here.
Well, let's have a look then at today's results. 15 games have been and gone. today, and it really has been a dramatic afternoon. Well, there was a point where 5 players are all tied on 4 points, and it was a group that was there for somebody to take in the end.
It was, yeah. We had this thought, didn't we, that if someone could actually just find the rhythm, find the consistency, up their average, and at one point it was looking like John was going to do it, and then obviously Cam came in and made sure that that didn't happen right at the very end. Still very balanced, still very poised, and still no one quite running away with it, but we now have a little bit of gap in the table.
And we now have a leader as far as the group is concerned overnight, and that is Cam Crabtree. Cam, many congratulations. 4 wins from 5. Overall, much happier in the last couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, I played some better darts today. I started off not very well at all, but I knew that, it's going to be a close group. There's 6 really good players in there, and it's no one's going to run away with it. So I thought losing the first game, not ideal, but get on with it, win the next one, and see how you go.
Does it say a lot about your mental resilience? Because it could have been so easy after losing that first game against Gary, thinking, this is just a story of my week, but you managed to turn it around quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play well in the first 3 days, not as well as I'd have liked, and you can't win the group on Monday, or you can't win the week, on Monday or Tuesday. So I just took Wednesday as practice for today, and then today I've made sure that, I haven't always played better. Probably the game against Chaz I should have lost, but I did the job, and that's what I'm here to do.
How impressed have you been with Cam in particular today, Laura?
Yeah, we weren't sure what version of you was going to come, because we know what you can do, and we've seen it here at the Super Series before, but I just think the way you've almost drawn a line under what happened in Group A, this is your last shot at making it through to finals week. I think for me personally, it's just 170 checkouts and actually getting across the line, whereas throughout the week in Group A it would have gone the other way. Today you've got the points, and that's why you're sat top of the table.
I just tried to. I just tried to do everything that I didn't do in the last 3 days. So
it worked. And I mean, have you changed anything? Have you changed the approach today? Is there anything that you just feel more confident in yourself?
No, not really. I spoke to my dad after every day, and he said to me, I'm really surprised with your attitude in terms of I've not been downbeat. I've gone back and thought I didn't get to throw much over the weekend. Which doesn't help when you come somewhere like this to play for this. I hadn't felt well the first couple of days. My eye was playing up on the first day, but as nice as everyone in the back room is, and I had a group of great guys on the first day and a group of great guys today. When you go on the stage, nobody cares what's going on. They're there to win, and whatever problems I've got going on, that's for me to deal with and overcome, because no one's gonna lay down for you. So.
Is that something you've had to learn as you've matured in the game?
Yeah, you don't. You go to places and you think, I'm having a bad time. Maybe I'll get, the rub of the green, and then you don't, and you think, you just got to. It's just something you've got to deal with. It's, everyone's here to win, and I don't blame them. If someone was in here and they had whatever going on, that I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm here to win, and that's how everyone should be, and that's how I've tried to be.
Hey. What about the 170? Bit cheeky, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times. Chaz, I think, 25'd it, and then did I miss the ball, or I missed the second shot with 24 it, and then I could have left it again, and I left 168, and then I thought, what have you done? I didn't realise, and luckily, I think Chaz had a bounce out, and I managed to scrape it, but I'm tired.
It's been a long week, and you've still got another day to go. Maybe, hopefully for yourself, 2 more days to go. In terms of yourself, you've achieved so much in such a short space of time. Won a couple of challenge tours last year, got so close to winning your tour card last year. Is this, first and foremost, has the last couple of months been the first time you've had to deal with a bit of adversity in your career?
I had this chat with my dad the other day. I said, I've not really had a down patch. I had a patch on the Pro Tour last year. I didn't win games, but the Pro Tour's so good, you're going to not win games at times. But I've not had that outside of that, and I didn't win my tour card at Q School, which I would have liked to have, but it means I get to come here and I get to play for England, so I'm buzzing for both of these things. But I've had to dig deep, and I suppose you find out what you're really about when that happens. And thankfully, although I didn't show in the first 3 days, I've fixed it for today, and hopefully I'll take today into tomorrow. And I love Saturday night, so let's try and get there.
You said you found out you need to find out about yourself. What have you found out about yourself?
I can come back from situations that I'm not comfortable in, I suppose. It's not always been easy this week, but you can't, if you beat yourself up, then what good is that? You're not going to win games through that. You just got to get on with it, play better in the next one, and if you don't, play better in the one after. It's how it goes sometimes.
Well, we can't talk to you without talking about your good pal Owen,
Yeah.
who got through to a Champions Night before, but he didn't lift this. How much would you like to have that on your resume?
Yeah, I think it's there's some very good players on there. Luke's obviously lifted it twice. People that have lifted it, they haven't had bad careers, or they're not going on to have bad careers. So I suppose if I could add myself to that list, it would probably point me in the right direction.
Is that your next step now? That major breakthrough?
Yeah, I suppose so. Obviously, this is a massive thing. The Challenge and Development Tour. I've got England. I couldn't explain to you how much I'm looking forward to that. So there's plenty of good things coming, and I just try and take in my stride and get on with it. But even the first 3 days, I was playing awful darts, but I just enjoyed being here and playing because the setup's great and I like darts. So that's it really.
Which helps.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you very much, Cam. Just keep you there for a second. We're going to have a look at the table in Group C then, following the end of proceedings. John O'Shea, 2 points behind Cam Crabtree, but goodness me, Laura, that is very, very tight indeed.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, everyone is still in contention for it. I mean, kudos, I think Cam would probably say himself, coming out with 4 wins in a group like this. I mean, that's absolutely outstanding. But no one's quite out of it yet. There's still all to play for. So it's just how it's going to pan out tomorrow. But the likes of Cam, John, and then obviously Ryan, also on 6 points, really have played themselves into a good position to make the top 2.
Well, Cam, your job's done. Well done today. Laura, we'll see you a little bit later on tonight. We're going to be back 9:45 for the action in Group B. And what an intriguing evening's worth of darts it's going to be. We're going to see the Demolition Man, Darren Webster, enter the fray. Well, Moolenkamp is going to join us for the first time. And we're going to unleash some chaos as well with Reece Colley. And we'll get one step closer to finding out another identity of a name on this particular cup. But as far as Thursday is concerned in Group C, it was CC, Shazam, it was Cam who topped the pile.